pricey for, so. but you're-
Michael Elkins sent me a message that said he couldn't come today. He's been sick, so
Oh, no.
he's the only one I know of for sure that's not coming.
Well, I'm doing them next week and the next week in Chattanooga. He could register for 405 there.
Okay.
but that's more pricey for, so.
Michael Elkins sent me a message that said he couldn't come.
So
It recorded me.
we are live on YouTube now, so that's where I record at.
I'll call you Binder Girl.
Binder girl.
Binder Girl. I'll
Yeah.
make you a shirt and everything with a binder, like you're a superpower.
Well, I need another filing cabinet to keep my binders
Say that
in.
again, well, tell you how to valve.
Well, they don't have a black one.
Well,
They don't have a black one, so.
oh, shit.
Really, as much as he puts. He just puts so much extra. He at least needs to be, wow, this is black in the county.
I agree.
And he said, I'm waiting for my county.
Well, Kathy's done it, so. And like I say, I mean, realistically, it's not that hard. We let the Ashley do it all, so yeah. That'd be good for you too. You have that little room to all your shit in. Well, I won't build that, yeah. Put a door out there so we can actually get business.
We'll see.
All you can do is just put a door there, so you can get mortgage in the front.
Are you waiting to let him in, Susan?
Right, I forgot you couldn't do it.
You didn't co-host me today, so.
Oh gosh, I need to do that too. You need to make me do what I'm supposed to do.
If you
All right.
co-host me, I can do
There
it.
you go. You should be co-host. Did I fix you?
You
Okay,
did.
Lord.
I'm adding people left and right.
It's Monday, right?
It is.
Hopefully I can get this to work this time.
I see some people.
Becky, it's saying you don't have a camera attached on my end.
Yeah.
It's so weird.
Oh, wait, then it's saying stop video. It's like something's covering your camera or something.
Hmm.
I got to refill my coffee. I've not had enough coffee yet this morning.
You've got time.
Oh, goodness. Thank the Lord, right?
Becky, are you on a computer, a phone?
Yes, I'm on a computer and I'm not sure what's going on with it.
Sometimes with the settings, like Zoom's not allowed to use your camera. You might try going out and coming back in, or you might get on your computer. Can you see everything?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and you might try using your phone to log in just so you have a camera, but then watch everything on the computer.
Well, that's crazy.
Hello,
Hey,
this is
Okay.
me. Well,
you're there, Mary. We got you.
yay, thank you. Do you need my ID or anything?
Well, you are welcome to show me, or if you can spout out your license number.
It is 261-410.
I thought you might know that.
After so many years, yes.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks for joining us today, Mary.
Thank you all for letting me join.
Anytime.
I had a little bit of a time trying to figure out the video and everything. On my end, it says recording. Is that yours or is that mine?
It's mine. We
Oh,
have
yes.
recording classes, so it's mine.
I understand that. Okay. I'm finishing my breakfast.
It's
I hope it's okay.
perfectly fine. I haven't had any breakfast, just coffee so far.
Uh-oh.
Me either.
I meant to, it just didn't happen.
I think as realtors and working, sometimes we tend to do that. You know, when we're working, so busy, I eat at weird hours.
Okay.
Is anybody else's video freezing and lagging?
Mine will freeze every once in a while. Honestly, when I first logged on, I couldn't hear anybody. Of course, my mute was going on and off for some reason. But it hasn't lost anything in the last 3 minutes.
Carla, is it freezing up? Is it like when I'm talking, it's freezing, or?
You're still on my side, Susan, you're still looking at your computer and Rebecca is staring at her computer and oh, now you both moved. Yay. But I mean, y'all just set the, yeah, yay. But now, Susan, you're frozen like this.
Oh,
Screenshot that one, Carla.
no. It
Yeah.
might be, your internet service on,
That's weird. I've never had any trouble.
it
I
could,
just wonder if I should go out and come back in.
yeah, try that real quick while you've got
Okay.
time.
We got you, Rebecca.
There, yeah, Rebecca's coming in. She is.
We see you, Becky. We don't hear you, but we see you.
Mine, okay, mine went to mute again. That's weird.
Sometimes it will just mute. I don't know why, but it will just mute. I mean,
Okay, so are we supposed to see all the participants?
you're just seeing if you're seeing who's speaking, you need to go up in the top right corner and look at the grid view. It's a bunch of little squares. If you click on that, then you can see everybody.
I don't have a grid. Let me see this. Let me see.
Full
No.
screen, it may say full screen.
Yeah, it's mine. For whatever reason, mine's not disable video receiving. No. Okay, under the video, mine says same as system. I have a choice of same as system and integrated camera.
I have no idea.
Do you know? Okay.
It feels like the video that you're using on your screen, and
Mm.
on the screen, hold on a second.
Yeah,
So
I don't know why I can't see everybody. Usually I can see everyone.
it's usually up in the top right corner,
I don't even have that.
like a square that's kind of cut out, or
Yeah, and you have to hover over it to make it show up.
I'm trying and I do not, let me hit escape to exit full screen. It's showing me 4, instead of the 3 dots, it's showing me 4, and it's only allowing me to see who's talking.
Okay,
No, you're
not in the top
looking
part of
for
your
the
picture.
dots, though, right? You're not looking for the dots. You're going, it's
Okay.
outside your screen of where your face is, or where my face is when I'm talking.
Okay.
Outside that, do you have like
Look.
chat open or participants open, anything like that?
You see my screen? Can you see that?
I don't see you at all anymore. Your video's gone. You turned your video off.
Oh, okay. Start video. Hang on. Okay. I wonder if I log out. Can I log out and log in again?
I took a screenshot. Let me share my screen real quick and show you what it looks like.
Thank you. I was trying to share my screen a minute ago too.
Okay, do you see this screen right here?
Mm-hmm.
Where all the people are frozen?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's right up here in this top right above David Noe.
Mine does not have that. That is so weird. Hang on.
But now you do have to hover over it for that to show up. It doesn't just show up unless you're moving your mouse.
Right. I don't know why mine, if I watch let me show you something. Oh, no. Wait, I clicked on the wrong thing. I clicked on Word. Can you see that?
No,
Can you see my screen?
no.
Well, we don't see anything.
Oh, share. Let me see this. Okay. Okay, so I don't know. Let me log out and log back in real quick, okay?
Okay.
Is that good? Let me do that. Try it one more time. Please.
morning, Becky Hale. Getting two more. You have two Marys and two Beckys today.
Morning.
I'm used to the two Davids, but I don't know about two Marys. I don't know if I can handle that or not. Oh.
Okay, I see everyone on the left, and it says when system dialog prompts open Zoom meeting.
I don't know what that is.
Okay, I'm hitting launch meeting, open Zoom meetings.
But you're already in the meeting if you see us.
Okay, hang on, hang on. Oh, yay.
There we
Gotcha.
go.
That sounds like good news. Yay.
Yay. Now I know what I'm doing.
And we're still
Thank
missing
you.
just a couple, but we got a few minutes left.
Oh, yeah, we started early.
Okay, Susan, we have one more for sure that I'm waiting on,
Okay,
and we've had a couple more cancel, so.
okay.
Do you want me to go ahead and do my little spiel before the
Sure.
other one? Mike, can you turn your camera on, please? Mike Howell.
Yep.
Make sure we don't have more than one mic.
There we go.
There you are. Thank you.
Who just came into the waiting room?
That's her. Let's see, we're waiting on. Okay, let's let her get connected. Still connecting.
Okay.
Aha, yay. Steph, can you hear us? All right. Okay, so she can hear us. So I'm just gonna go over the rules real quick. You guys are old hats at this. You know what to do. You know how to treat the class. So, but I do need to go over some. We've had a couple of instances of things that we have to watch and make sure for. So, you're already logged in, so you're good. One thing is that for Trek, they need to be able to see your entire face. So don't go to the side or, you know, do things like that. Yeah, like I said, you all are pretty good with that. You can't take phone calls during the class or get up from, you know, get up and leave and go. If you need to get up for some reason, send a chat and Susan or I would see that and, you know, we'd know that, oh, I had to get up to go to the restroom or what have you. She does give you a break every hour, so that's going to give you a little bit of time to refill your coffee and all that good stuff, especially on a Monday morning. You cannot participate in computer-based work while attending the class, and your camera needs to be stable and unmoved during the broadcast. So no traveling in a vehicle. Don't get up and, you know, walk around with your camera, that sort of thing, because the movement is distracting to others. So I'm gonna leave her to it. Thanks.
Thanks, Rebecca. See you later.
Thank you, Susan.
Oh, I do have a question for you. Sorry.
Yes.
Did we schedule 1 hour or 30 minutes for lunch on the time of the class? I can't remember.
Well, it's scheduled 9 to 4.
Okay, that's an hour then.
Yeah,
So that's
but
five
it,
less.
yeah, if you want to ask them and do like you've been doing, that's fine with us.
Okay, all righty. So that's the question that I want to get taken care of right away. Do you guys want an hour for lunch or 30 minutes for lunch? If you take 30 minutes, we get out 30 minutes early. Mike's 30 minutes. Several people are 30. Okay, so good. We're good on 30 minutes. So that's what we'll do. We'll probably break right around noon, right at noon, and break for the 30 minutes there. And good morning. Good morning. It's Monday
morning.
morning. Woo, boy. I tell you what, starting class on Monday morning, that gets you moving pretty quickly. My husband said, "Why are you hurrying?" I'm like, "I got to get to the office. I have something to do this morning right off the bat." So GRI 405, is this anybody's first class? Okay, is anybody finishing GRI today? Steph is finishing. Okay, good job, Steph. Anybody, when we have GRI 406, is that when everybody's going to be finishing? Yeah. See, if anybody needs any other ones, I'm going to be teaching them for Chattanooga 3 1 week and 3 the next week. I think starting next Monday, 1, 2, and 3, and then 4, 5, and 6. So you could contact the Chattanooga Association to get the other ones if you want to get finished this year. So just going to let you know that. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Hopefully everything will work out okay. And we can go take a look at that. This is GRI 405 forms, which most of you know is something that I love to death. Okay, Steph, we got your license number. We do, however, in the forms, this is the updated version. You should have the handout that says 2020, just to make sure everybody has what they're supposed to have, including me. And these are the rules that Rebecca just went over. So I'm going to go over again how to obtain your GRI. I'm actually going to take you out to, of course, it never fails. The links, they'll work one time and then they don't work again. I'll take you out to Tennessee Realtors. Yes, we are on YouTube Live right now also. And I'm going to show you, I guess I can't type this morning. It's going to be Monday all day long, just in case anybody's wondering. I'm going to show you how to actually get into and get and fill out your GRI. Steph, especially, this is going to be your last one. So what you do is you log in to Tennessee Realtors, okay? And once you log into Tennessee Realtors, you'll have access to what is under the members area. And here you will go to where it says earn your GRI. And from here, you can see what's required. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are required. You can either submit proof of 15 completed transactions. You can complete a TREEF approved company-based training program, and you would have to contact TREEF or Steve McDonald at Tennessee Realtors to find out if your company's training program is a TREEF approved program, or earn at least 24 hours of credits through any combination of the following, both online or in person. And that is if you've attended any of the Tennessee Realtors conferences or conventions since January 2012, you can go back and add those hours up and turn those in. Or if you have any of these other certifications or designations, they all count. Okay. So once you have your 6 classes completed, you can then come over. See, there's 3 tabs across here where it says application. And you will need to fill this application out. And here's what you have to fill in. So you're going to need the date you completed 401. And all of these GRI 40 whatever classes 1 through 6, they're going to be 6 hours long. Okay. So you just choose 6 hours here and put the date you completed it, every one of those. And then as far as your elective credits, whatever you already have, or if you have 15 transactions, you can print that out from the MLS that shows you have those transactions and drop the file in here, upload it, and then you hit submit. And they will send you an email and let you know that they've checked everything out and that everything is okay, or if you're missing something. And they will also, if everything is there, they will send you an invoice for $35. It is a one-time fee that you do not have to pay every year to keep your GRI. And then you will be able to have your GRI designation. All right. Any questions about that? How to get your GRI? And you can go
Susan,
click
today,
your
my last day, also, do you have to, on the completed transactions, do you have to be like list and sale, or just one side of it, or?
inside. Yep, just one side.
Okay.
So that works out well. And I know some people will, I've heard that some people have actually typed it up and put if they were the list side or the sales side and had their broker sign off on it, and then just attached like a spreadsheet view out of the MLS that shows those addresses as sold. So that too has worked in the past. If they have any questions about what you're submitting to them, they'll definitely let you know.
Okay.
They'll check it out. So you will probably have to wait until this class is sent to Trek, which will happen, within 4 or 5 days, and everything will be sent up. So you can, because you can't like save your application halfway completed. You have to go in and complete the whole thing at once.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Any other questions about getting or how to obtain your GRI? All right. So you're getting close. So it's going to be a good thing. I want to ask you real quick here. I would like to ask you if you could think of, and if you could just write down a couple of problems or situations, if you will, that you've had occur in the use of the purchase and sale agreement or any of the forms that Tennessee Realtors have. Just take a minute or two and think of one, and then we're just going to share and talk about those, if you will. Or if somebody has one right on the top of their tongue that they wanted to ask about today, you can go ahead and do that. Mary, you're muted.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I have a lot of buyer sellers who want to purchase, but have not listed their house yet. And that contingency that goes on the purchase and sale agreement sometimes is very complicated. So I wanted to see how other people deal with that, because it's not only with the sale of the house, but it's in getting the house listed and all the dates that apply to it
Okay.
with our multiple market.
Okay. What market are you in, Mary?
I'm in Knoxville,
Okay.
Knoxville Area Association of Realtors, and we have so many multiple offer situations. I've done more of those in the last 2 years than I've done without.
And, I think that most of all of our markets right here up and down this I-75 at I-81 corridor going all the way, I think the whole east side of the state. I think I would be safe saying that because I've taught in most of the associations. So this year, I think we're all in a seller's market. Our inventory is low and we all end up in multiple offers in many cases. And we will be talking about multiple offers. And Nashville, Steph, are you in Nashville? Okay, all right. I don't think I realized that, but yes, Nashville is definitely the same way. I taught GRI, no, I didn't. I was just lying to you. I taught TAR Forms 102 Friday, which is a 7-hour class on forms for Greater Nashville. And they are definitely still in the same boat. And they actually probably started the state in multiple offers and the whole appreciation seller's market kind of stuff. We saw it going kind of crazy in Nashville. And I know that from being on the forms committee because all the problems hit, they seem to hit Nashville first. I did learn something in that class on Friday. A lady that does commercial was actually in the residential class, and she was telling us that there have been 10 major trust accounts come into the Nashville market since the beginning of the year, which means for commercial real estate, that's people, the market is just going to continue to grow. And that they have moved their main source of business into the Nashville market. So it's just, it's outrageous over there right now. I mean, the infrastructure is even having a hard time keeping up with what's going on in Nashville right now. And it's affecting, I mean, it's all the way down to Murfreesboro. I mean, it's like, it's not just Nashville proper, what we used to think of Nashville proper. It's all the way down to Murfreesboro, going all the way over at least to Dixon, I believe could be that far. And it's actually working its way toward Crossville and Cookville areas. So it's working its way that way. So it's coming our way. It's just how fast will it be here, I guess. So selling a house first, that's a huge issue. That is a huge issue. Anybody else? What else do you have? Anybody else have an issue? Laura, did you have something?
Well, I'm glad she brought that up because yes, I'm glad you're going to cover that. I have run into that a lot in the last couple listings. And I know we talked about last class about the backup offers, but run into a lot of problem with agents that have sent me an offer saying, as we know, we have to have that separate form, and it has to, on the purchase agreement, has to address that. but trying to get the other agents to understand that no, I mean, we could put it in a counter, but really we need that backup form.
Yes, I actually have had several questions recently about the backup offer. May try to do a short video on that and share out, and I may send it to Rebecca and a couple of the associations that I'm working with, because that backup offer form it's important. And, you know, we've had it for several years and haven't had the need, if you will, to use it, but that need is here now. And so I think I will just do a small video just on that form.
Thank you.
Okay. Because that's a good way. I mean, some buyers, they don't understand the market, and sellers as far as selling a house first. And it's a tricky situation. I mean, I had a seller that I told her, when we put your house on the market, you need to be ready to go. Okay, you need to be ready to go. You need to make sure, and it's going to be very hard to choreograph this if you don't understand what I'm telling you. When I put your house on the market, if we price it right, the way it's supposed to be, it will be under contract in the first 5 days, sometimes even a shorter amount of time, which means we've got to go look at property. Okay, we will negotiate a closing date that hopefully will take into and give you time to close on another house. But we've also got to be looking at houses, which means you can't say, okay, I'll look at that on Saturday when it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or even Friday sometimes, because the house will be gone. You're going to have to understand that this is kind of like job hunting. You're going to have to get in your car and take an hour or two off from work to go find a house, because that's just the way the market is right now. She didn't believe me, and it didn't turn out well. And I think I might have told this class before, I've got a homeless veteran right now. I mean, he's living with somebody, but I sold his house in March because he didn't listen. And so I sold his house, and now he's homeless because none of the sellers want to take a VA loan. See, that's what we're running into here. They've got conventional and cash, and the people that are doing FHAs and VAs are getting beat out in the multiple offer situations every time because of the conventional and cash. And so I told him, since March, why don't you just save up some money and change your loan type? And he's insistent that he needs to use his VA loan. And we showed him houses all last week again, all weekend. He's moved markets now. He has moved markets. He actually drives from Chattanooga to Knoxville a couple different times a week because of his job. So now we're looking up I-75 North in Athens and Sweetwater and Lenore City. And I don't do Lenore City, but he's insistent that I do it because he was a referral from somebody, and he is just insistent. So my husband drove to Lenore City and showed him a house the other day. We don't like it. We do not like it, but he is very insistent on it. So.
And Susan, that's what, with regards to the purchase and sale agreement, mine is more that my seller right now, I just wrote an offer last night, a really low offer for a house, contingent upon my buyers putting their house on the market by September 20th, having it under contract by October 1st, closing by the end of October. Actually, we have November 16th, but sooner. So that's another, on both ends. I see it on both ends with buyers and sellers. They have a house they want before they list their house. If they don't get this house, they're going to pull their house off the market until they find another. And I agreed that they could do that. You know, they're looking for a large house with at least 3 or 4 garages. And they're hard to find because our inventory is so low.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely. And you're the one that has to choreograph this dance. As a real estate agent, we're the ones that have to do that. And it's very hard to get them to understand, especially when you know, and I find it very interesting that they're looking for a house with such specifics, but they would still come in with a low offer, number one, plus the contingency of selling their house. So they're not listening to the person who has the expertise. And we just came up with about 3 or 4 weeks ago, that's the tail wagging the dog. So we've started calling that in my household and in my office, girls and boys, we have to stop letting the tail wag the dog. And we have to tell them, I can choreograph this, but you're going to have to let me do what I know how to do. And you're going to have to listen to what I say, or your wait will be longer. Now, if there's somebody that don't care, then they're not that motivated to sell in the first place. So how much time am I going to spend on the weekends and at night doing things for them because they don't want to listen to me? And that's a decision you have to make in your own business. And
Right.
sometimes it's a hard decision to make. It really is. So doing the ABR, there's a few of you in here on this GRI class that are doing the ABR. How many of you guys are doing the ABR? I think there's isn't there, at least I know Carla is. Okay. And Mike, so we talked about that in day one of the ABR I think that was last week. You got to know what your value is, and you have to be able to communicate that value. And you got to take hold of the situation. When you don't take hold of the situation, the tail's wagging the dog. And that's what makes your life hard as a real estate agent. And, sometimes we let the tail wag the dog because we want or need a paycheck. I get it. I do. We want to have this stuff going on, but it also hurts our reputation in the business when the tail wags the dog too much and we're not successful. We don't end up with a successful transaction because people will spread bad reviews twice as much or 3 or 4 times as much as they will good reviews. So we have to be very careful. And sometimes it's the fact that we need to have a consultation session with them. We need to sit them down, put them in front of the MLS, okay? Do a Zoom meeting with them, open the MLS up, show them what's happening, show them what is going on. I don't make this up as a realtor. I'm not the one who makes the market. The consumer makes the market, right? So I'm here to help you choreograph and get from point A to point B with what you're wanting to do, especially with this whole 3 or 4 garages. I'm going to tell you right now, I couldn't find that for them in my market. That just is not something I could find in my market. They would have to purchase a house that gave them room to build additional garages.
Yes. It's hard to find.
And that's a conversation that I would definitely have to have with them, because if they're that, their motivation seems low to me. Okay. Just from, what you said, and that was 2 statements. So I could be, not correct at all, but it seems very low that in this market, they would make a low offer. They've got very specific stuff they're looking for, and yet add another contingency when other people are paying over list price,
Yes.
less contingencies as they can, and still not winning houses.
Although this house has been on the market 18 days, and I do think it's overpriced, but they're coming in way low.
Mhm.
So what is hard for me is I sold him a condo, and then he and his fiance, I sold them their first house, and now they're looking for another house.
Well, then they should trust you. And Steph's got a great idea here in the chat. She says, show them how many properties in the area they're looking in with what features and price that have sold in the last year. And if there's like 2, then they need to understand they don't come up very often. So they don't need to play around with what's going on in the market today.
Right.
And that's one of the things you really have to know. And even when you're working with a purchase and sale agreement with a buyer, that market analysis is extremely important. And so the house could be overpriced. Okay. However, the seller, and that's why it's been on the market 18 days, something on the market in 18 days here in the Chattanooga market, it is a little bit overpriced. So, we do take that with a grain of salt. Also, an agent was in here talking to me this morning, and they made an offer on a house within the first few days that it came on the market. It was lower, and they actually stuck a CMA in their, with their offer and said, this is why we made this offer. And the listing agent, he said the listing agent called him and laughed and said, yeah, it'll sell for this. Well, 70 days ago, okay, and so now they've reduced it by 15,000, and it's still not close to where it needs to be. That poor seller, unless the seller is the one driving the cart, who the tail is wagging the dog at that point, which could be the case, you know. So it's kind of crazy right now. I mean, everybody says a crazy market. It's just an unusual market, a definite unusual market. I remember in the late 90s, probably 99, when the interest rate first went down to like 10%, we kind of had a market like this. And it was in my area anyway, you know, we kind of had a flurry on house buying because the interest rate had, I know that sounds crazy, it had went down to 10%. And then it also went down to, it went on down to 8% that year. And so we had a real flurry on buying houses, and we had a problem. We didn't have enough houses to sell. And I'll be honest, I think that we've cried wolf too many times as real estate agents. I really think that has a lot to do with the reason our inventory is low. I think that some sellers don't believe what we're going through, on top of everything else, on top of the pandemic, on top of the employee, you know, they're worried about their jobs. And oh, here are these real estate agents crying again that they don't have listings. You know, we hear that all the time from them, that we don't have listings. Well, we really don't have listings right now. And so I think it all works together. We're in the perfect storm right now. But I do think that if they don't win this offer, that it's time for a sit down meeting in the office or somewhere together, or a Zoom meeting or something, so that you can work on that. Anybody else have any? So we've got selling a house first, and maybe talk a little bit more about backup, and then I will do a little short video on that. Anything else? Anybody have any problems?
Susan?
Yes, Joe?
I don't know if it's as much as a problem, and I don't know what they can be done about it other than maybe emphasizing a little bit more. But in our purchase and sale agreement, there are a lot of deadlines, and there are specific deadlines. Not all of them have the same requirements. Some of them you have to do a notification within 2 days, give a 2-day notification for them to come up with the lender's letter or whatever. And then things like the resolution period, if you don't do it within the period, there's no notification. The contract is terminated.
That's right.
And not many people pay any attention to that.
Yeah.
It's a dead contract.
Yep. And we're going to definitely talk about deadlines and timelines and stuff, because, you know, and again, we're preaching to the choir, as they say, right? You're here to learn. And the truth is, this class should be full of people. And there's, I don't know, 16 of you in here. I don't even know, 12, 13 of you in here, but it should be full. Okay. I mean, there was 20 something people in the forms class on Friday, and I know it was a Friday and nobody wants to sit 7 hours in front of a computer, but the problem is they're not paying attention to what's going on. That's another thing that the agent was talking to me about today, is they don't read and they don't meet timelines. We had one, it just closed last week, and it went ahead and closed because the buyer ended up being furious with their buyer's agent. So they had their home inspection period and the resolution period, and both of them came and went, and we never heard from the buyer's agent. Okay. And it's not my job to remind the buyer's agent of what they're supposed to be doing. No. And I don't. I don't ever remind them, hey, where's my this or where's my that? That's the other agent's job. And so 3 days after the total days of the home inspection and the resolution had passed, so 3 days past the total of 15 days, so 8 days in, the buyer's agent sends me a repair proposal. And so then we said, well, that's a nice list. Thank you for sharing that with us. But the timeline has passed. And if you'll read the purchase and sale agreement here, this is what happens when the timeline is passed. So the next phone call I got was from her broker, and her broker said to me pretty cockily, my agent tells me that you're failing to communicate with her about the home inspection. I said, well, that is not an exact true statement. I communicated to her. She just didn't like what I communicated to her because her time period for the home inspection and the resolution was over. 3 days after that, she sends the repair resolution, and I thanked her for the list, but the seller understands his contract and realizes he doesn't have to make any repairs. And that's what I communicated to her because the seller and I had already talked. And she said, well, you could go ahead and ask the seller to do the repairs. And I said, well, I could. He's very well. I shared the list with him. And he said, this is late. I don't intend on making any of these repairs because he knows what's in his contract. This isn't the first time he's bought and sold a house. As a matter of fact, this year, it's not his first time. And she said, well, those are just suggestions. This is the broker talking to me. And I said, no, unfortunately, that is not a correct statement. Those are not just suggestions. Those are in black and white, signed by the buyer and seller. If you will read on the last page of the document, this is a legal document. And I said, I would offer one suggestion to you, and that is that your buyer's agent let the buyers know that unfortunately they have missed the deadline. And here's what it says in the contract. And these are the line numbers. And she said, well, I can't believe you're not going to work with us. I said, it's not my choice whether I work with you or not. It is the seller's choice. The seller says you missed the deadline. I don't know what to tell you. Well, it closed. It closed last week. And my seller, he wasn't going to do anything and tell them that he was going to do stuff, but he went in and did some of that stuff in the house. It was all just little minor nitpicky stuff, to be honest with you. It wasn't anything major. Because guess what? The exact same thing happened to him with the previous buyer. They didn't do it in a timely manner. And then they turned it in, and then they didn't close on time. And he said, I'm not signing an extension, and he got to keep their earnest money. So he already knew this situation. So deadlines are important. And that's what you need to help your client or customer understand, is they have to meet these deadlines. That's part of your job. It's not your job to go inspect the house or read the home inspection report and tell them what they should ask to be repaired or replaced. It's your job to make sure they stay on time with their deadlines. That's what your job is. Okay. It's, and they do float. Joe, you're 100% right. They're floating deadlines, and except for the four that are listed in paragraph 14 are as drop dead dates: your closing date, your time limit of your offer, your possession date, your completion of repairs. Those are all drop dead dates. All the other ones float. So that means you as the agent have to stay on top of that stuff. And we're going to talk a lot about deadlines. Actually, this course is a lot about deadlines. And so, because it's such a problem, and then all the other agent on the other side of the deal, I can't tell you how many times, even in my own office, I have to tell people, oh, whoa, you need to stop talking like that. And please don't share that with your buyer, because you're in violation of Article 15 when you go say somebody else, some other agent is not doing what they supposed to do, or this or that or the other, to your client. Now, you guys can talk all you want to amongst yourself. You really shouldn't be doing that either, but please don't go back and tell your client, well, what a stupid agent, man. They didn't even keep up with the deadlines or something to that effect. Okay. You got to be careful. That's an Article 15 violation. Okay. So be careful with that. What else? David Ormby, did you have something? You unmuted yourself.
Yeah. Hey, last week we were in the resolution period, and there was a question about a fireplace. So my seller said they wanted to get a quote to see what the cost of repairs were. When I told the other agent, the buyer's agent, we're going to get a quote to see what the cost of actual repairs are, because they were asking for a reduction in contract price. She's like, why are you doing that? My buyers don't want this stuff repaired, and put that in an email to me. And then when we were trying to resolve that, we got a quote for repairs. She's like, well, I don't believe your quote. Why don't you all go ahead and inspect that fireplace and that chimney with a chimney inspector? And I was like, I think that was your job in your inspection period. And we extended the inspection period and gave you 4 more days in your inspection period. If your buyer didn't inspect the fireplace and chimney, that's not my fault.
That is a true statement. We had that come up too. We got a repair proposal asking the seller to perform all these inspections. And we're like, that's not a repair proposal. Those are inspections. That's what your buyer's supposed to be doing during the inspection period. If they have a home inspection that calls for a different type of inspection, then they need to make sure that happens. I mean, that's just the way it is. And my buyer don't want it repaired. They just want to renegotiate the price. A home inspection is not an offer to renegotiate the price. I can tell you the digest has covered this on multiple occasions, that is not what a home inspection is supposed to be used for. Can you do that? You can, if maybe the seller doesn't want to make any repairs. You know, that's what I ask my sellers right up front when I'm listing the house. When you sell your house, there's going to be a home inspection. So you're going to need to have some money set aside to make repairs. If you don't want to make repairs, you need to tell me up front that we're selling this house as is. However, any buyer that sees that it's sold as is going to come in with a price in mind as is. Okay. And that's going to maybe reduce your price. So we need to decide what you're going to do from the get-go, Mr. Seller. You need to tell us that. Don't decide you're going to sell as is once you get a repair proposal, because that's not fair to the buyer. They could not make an informed decision on the front end. Now, I say that, however, you will also understand that nowhere in the purchase and sale agreement does it say that the seller will make any repairs or replacements. It says you can ask them to, but it doesn't say they're going to. So the truth of the matter is, it is as is, basically, but you can ask for repairs. Okay. And you can terminate if the seller doesn't want to make them after you, in good faith, negotiate back and forth. But nowhere does it say that the seller will make repairs. It just says you can have a home inspection and you can ask us for repairs, and or you could ask us to reduce the price, but it doesn't mean that we're going to do either one of those. Does that make sense? It's kind of confusing, but that's why I wish we just had a due diligence period where you go in and you have a 10-day due diligence period, which is what we kind of sort of have. But if we called it due diligence, it might be different than a home inspection. I don't know. We've tried it both ways.
I thought that agent had a lot of nerve to tell me how much my repairs were going to cost and that they would take a reduction. And then when we went to verify what the cost was, she was like, why are you verifying the cost? Because my folks don't even want this they don't even want this repaired. And I was like, well, then why are we here?
Why are we here? Exactly. I agree with you, David. Yeah. Why are we here? Why are we here? So needless to say, the one that we had where they asked for all the other additional inspections, they didn't send us that until like 8 or 9 o'clock at night of the last day of the inspection period. And we're like, we're not performing inspections. You should have taken care of that. So there was no repairs or replacements listed at all on the proposal. It was just asking the seller to do all these other inspections. And we're like, no, we're not doing those. They're not repairs or replacements. So you're taking the house as is because you didn't complete all your inspections during the inspection period. Mary, did you have something? You unmuted yourself.
I was just along the lines of the resolution period. I was just going to ask if maybe we could talk about at some point if you're submitting an offer and to try to make your offer more appealing, you're removing the resolution period. if putting NA in the number of days is enough, or should we put in special stipulations to remove those lines?
The NA is sufficient, so the buyer's gonna have a home inspection and decide whether to move forward or not, and that's it.
Okay.
With no resolution period, if you put NA or even a 0 in there or something like that, that's the way people should understand that. There's no resolution period. In other words, the buyer's gonna have a home inspection and decide whether or not they're gonna terminate or take it as is. That's basically the two choices they have because they've put NA in the third option. Yes, we're definitely going to talk about that too today. Joe, did you have something?
Yes. I know how adamant you are about not going near a home inspection report. But let me ask you this. You get a repair proposal and you see it and you present it and the deal falls apart. You're at that point required to disclose that, aren't you?
The seller at least should disclose it. I always, if it is something that is an adverse fact, yes, I talked to the seller about disclosing that, and it may fit into the property condition disclosure. And I talked to the seller. The seller needs to make that disclosure. That's the way I handle it. The seller needs to make that disclosure.
Wouldn't you think 90% plus of what's on a proposal would be an adverse?
Well, it depends if it fits into, I mean, it depends on what it is. What's the definition of an adverse fact?
You gonna let a judge consider that?
I'm gonna what?
You gonna leave that up to a judge?
No, it's defined in the law.
Okay.
No, it's
Whoops.
defined.
Is it
I
an
just-
interpretation?
Ooh.
I know it's defined in the law. It tells me it's a condition or occurrence generally recognized by competent licensees that have a negative impact on the value of real estate, significantly reduces the structural integrity of improvements to the real property, or presents a significant health risk to occupants of the property. So if it falls into the definition of an adverse fact, which is what you will find on the property condition disclosure. So if it falls into one of those categories, then the seller needs to disclose it. And I'm going to tell them, we need to update your property condition disclosure, and we need to get this new one uploaded like today. Okay. This isn't something we can mess around with. So it just depends. And
That's what you do.
yeah, that's what I do, because a lot of repairs are not adverse facts. A leaking faucet is not, paint or carpet and those kind of things that they're putting in there. I've had people put in there to clean out the gutters. Those aren't adverse facts, that's that. So we just go from there. And a lot of times the seller will, after it's all over with and they realize it's cost them the transaction, they'll go ahead and do some of those little, what I call piddly things. They'll go ahead and do them so that they can say they've done them. Now, because there used to be a question on the property condition disclosure where a seller had to list anything that they had done to the property or any repairs that they have been made. But I will tell you right now that that's the whole one of the whole reasons. There were more than one. One of the reasons that we at the Forms Committee had to take that property condition disclosure back down to the actual what is in the statute, because most people don't even realize that the form itself, I'm just going to show you this. I don't know if you could see it or not, but the form itself is in the statute. So it's got the form, and the questions that are supposed to be on the form is in the statute. So that's why we had to take a bunch of that stuff off there. We had at the Forms Committee over the years, we had added some stuff just for informational purposes that would kind of help the realtor out, to know something. But what happened was real estate licensees, instead of knowing what was in the law that had to be disclosed and understanding what had to be disclosed, they were just handing the form to the seller and saying, oh, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, by law, you have to fill out this whole form. Oh, you can't see because I've shared my screen. Okay, I'll fix that in just a second. So instead of staying on top of what had to be disclosed, again, they were just telling them. So there were 2 court cases in 1 year that came out of Knox County where sellers were suing their agent for making them disclose more than the law requires them to disclose on that form by telling them that it was all required by law, because it all wasn't required by law. Some of it was just for informational purposes. So we toyed around with the idea of putting a section that's just for information. They're still talking about that. They were talking about that when I was the chair of the committee last year, you know, and this year, bless their hearts, I don't think they've got to have too many meetings, a few Zoom meetings, but it's hard to work on forms on a Zoom meeting, just so you know. And so I don't know what will happen in January. I don't know what they may have done, but it's because it's an educational issue, because agents did not stay on top of what was going on. It cost 2 agents money from their E&O insurance, and it made the forms committee have to completely change the form and take it right back down. So you need to understand what an adverse fact is, what it's not, and the seller, they need to disclose what the law requires them to disclose. And you need to know what that is. Okay, I'll show you the statute. Let me get out of here and go show you the statute. So I think it's Title 66. It is. So yeah, it depends on what's on the repair replacement proposal too. I mean, what am I going to talk to my seller about? But yeah, I'm going to make the seller update. I mean, that's on him. And see, that's what the statute also says. My responsibilities are in writing, what I'm supposed to do, until I put myself into the middle of another portion of it. Okay, I'm protected by law as a real estate licensee. That's why you need this green book. Y'all know I preach about that all the time. I constantly preach about that green book. Title 66, conveyance of property. Let's see here.
Does the green book, how often does the green book come out? Every year?
Yeah, it's a different color. Well, it doesn't come out every year. It comes out when there's been a change, when there's been a change to the law or the rules. And
Okay.
depends on the change, if you will. Here, see 665210. Here's the disclosure form.
We used to get those. We
Yeah.
used to get those, and we would get the updates every year or so to the book, but
Yeah.
they stopped it.
No, you got to buy it yourself. You can still
Okay.
get it. It's on Amazon. I think it's $42 or $47. If you're a Prime member, you don't have shipping. So here's the, I don't know where that went. I just saved it somewhere. Let's see. Here it is. It's part of the statute. So we had to actually take the form and go back through it. And I'll be honest, it took us a couple of years, because it was like, oh gosh, we missed that. We got to do it again. So that's why it's so important that you use the most updated form, because this is all that is required by law. And I can tell you on the current form, and we will talk about this. I mean, I may teach the whole class in an hour and we can just go home. I don't know, but we will be talking about this. But on the current form, the only thing that's on there that's not required by law as of this date right now today is, where is the fire department? What fire department services you? Now, we caved for the Governmental Affairs Committee came to us, because they said if we don't put it on this form, then they're going to open up the property disclosure law. Now, I'm going to tell you, we've worked really hard for at least the last 20 years to keep the legislators from opening up the disclosure law. That's why they have added additional statutes in there, like 212, which talks about perk tests and soil absorption rate, and did you move the foundation, and sinkholes. And 211 is the impact fees or adequate facilities taxes. And then 213 is the PUDs, okay? Our governmental affairs committee at Tennessee Realtors has worked really hard to keep them from opening up the actual 210 and redoing the form. And so it is important that we understand what is a statute, what is not a statute, and what they have to disclose, what they don't have to disclose. So the forms committee said, okay, we'll put that fire thing in there. Now I'll tell you, they came in to us again this year and said, last year, and said, we're going to have to open up the law and create a new law about radon because buyers are not understanding and this and that and the other. And so what the forms committee did is we said, let's not make a whole new law about radon, okay? Because the whole state does not have the same radon issue across the state. Let's put it on other forms, okay? So that's why we redid the importance of inspections form and added, do you want a radon test, yes or no? So that allows the agent that is working in the area to provide the radon booklet and let the buyer make the decision on radon or not. Okay, so it's a real big deal that most real estate licensees, most real estate agents, they don't understand what goes on. They don't understand what goes on behind the scenes. Joe, go ahead.
Just a quick question. Why did you all remove the age of the HVAC on the property disclosure?
Because it's not in the statute.
Why is it not in the statute?
I don't know. That's the whole reason. The way it looks today is what's in the statute.
Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. That's a pretty big thing to know when you're buying a house.
Absolutely, Joe. I've had so many issues with not knowing the HVAC age over the last couple of years. And it's a lot of research and problem solving.
Well, and if you're the one doing that as the real estate licensee, then you are working outside your area of expertise.
Okay.
You need to
Well,
stop.
thank you for the statutes then. What else do you do?
You let the home inspector and the HVAC people check it out and tell
But
you.
if you know it's 30 years old, you may not make an offer on it and don't have to pay for a home inspection.
Right, that's correct.
So look in the comments, any HVAC inspector can remove the cover and pull the manufacturer's dates. So here's the thing, here's something I want to tell you. If you sell a lot of home warranties, you will know that a seller needs to have the thing serviced and looked at as soon as they put the house on the market. That's a best practice. And you can have that information and you can have that service report and you can upload that. You don't have to put it on the property condition
But
disclosure.
it's not required.
It's not, well, it is required from, well, let me back up. If you have a home warranty and you don't have a service record that's 6 months old or less that shows it was in good shape, most of the home warranty companies will say it was a pre-existing condition unless you have a home inspection to show that it wasn't. So I'm going to tell you right now, I've had so many bad experiences with that I always have my listings go ahead and have their HVAC serviced, and we provide that information in the MLS.
You are in the vast minority.
I know I am, and that's a shame. And it's really
Yeah. Just put the age of it on there and we'd know.
well, pull off the cover and you can look at it during your home inspection. So I know there's no perfect world, right? There's no perfect world. That's why we've all got to work together. That's what it's all about. We need to be working together. And we, in Georgia, I'm going to be honest, I'm right here. I'm licensed in Georgia. In Georgia, we don't have all this mess that we have in Tennessee about home inspections. We just don't have it. The home inspectors don't have to be licensed. And I mean, itself is a problem sometimes, but you need to just understand the buyer has to make the decision if they want to buy the house or not. The real estate agent just needs to be there to facilitate it. You don't need.
The buyer needs all the information they can get. All more information, the better informed you are to make a decision.
If the house is 10 years old, you can expect the HVAC is 10 years old, right?
Yeah.
If the house is 30 years old, then that's when you have a question. And so maybe you ask some questions before you make your offer. And I know it's hard
Thanks.
to do in today's world with the inventory so low and such. There's a comment in the chat that says if the house is 10 years old or the AC is, let me back up, the HVAC is 10 years old, but it's never been serviced, that's worse than being a 20-year-old unit, but regularly scheduled. So you need to, sell. There's some sellers just don't know that they got to take care of their HVAC unit. They just let it go and go and go. The other day, y'all probably don't know this, but my husband is deaf. He wears hearing aids in both ears, and so he's deaf. But there's certain tones that he hears better than other tones. And he came into the house and he said, "What is that whistling noise?" And I said, "Well, it sounds like it's coming out of the return." He goes, "That's not supposed to be doing that, So we called somebody to come check it. And what happened was somehow something had got sucked in too far, the filter or something, and we just need to replace the filter is what that ended up being. But home sellers have to take care of stuff, and deferred maintenance is a problem. It's not just HVAC units, it's deferred maintenance on everything. And sellers need to understand. So if you've got an SOI of people that have bought houses from you, you should be sending them stuff about maintenance and things that they should do, a couple, 2 or 3 times a year. And I mean, those are the kinds of things that a lot of people need reminders. I mean, right here, I'm on the zoning appeals board for Bradley County, and I know that I'm supposed to have a meeting this Thursday, but guess what they sent? A reminder. They're regular mail, no less, so you gotta help people remember sometimes. And
Some people don't want to remember. Sellers are in a situation today, they don't have to remember.
Well, that is true. Today's market is a little bit different. It sure is. But the thing too is you don't want to end up in court. There's a whole lot of stuff going on. Our corporate attorney just sent us out an email last week about stuff that says you need not to do this. You need not to do this, because people are trying to help get these transactions through. And what's happening is they're coming back and suing agents and companies because the agents stepped over the boundaries of what they should be doing and shouldn't be doing, and they're blaming the agent.
I think we need a good dose of common sense.
You think?
I think.
Yeah.
Tell me what's wrong with disclosing your
Well, if
HVAC.
someone ever says to me, "Susan, should I disclose this?" My answer is yes. Somewhere on that form, you need to answer yes and write out what it is you feel like you need to disclose. Okay.
You are the exception.
I don't know. I don't know.
And
You ever take a
Susan,
picture of the label on the outside unit? Or have your buyers take a picture, and you can usually figure it out.
Mary, just so everybody knows, I did that. I was purchasing a condo, and the seller knew nothing about the age of the unit, and the condo was 26 years old, and it looked older, looked like it had issues. He had never had anything done to it. But I found a site that we can go to. So you can take a picture of the label on the HVAC, and you can Google the manufacturer, and you can find out the date, the month, and the date it was made.
Well, that sounds like something that the buyer should be doing.
Right. So I have recommended my buyers taking pictures when we are questioning now the HVAC. Take a picture of that label next to the energy label on the water heater, the HVAC, anything that's important.
With us in chat, do you have that site, the URL for that site that you could share in chat?
I don't right now, but on a break, I'll look for it.
All right, that works.
Okay.
Well, we've about been in here an hour just talking about problems and such, but that's okay. We're doing good. We'll be good. We'll get through, I promise. So we're going to go ahead now and take a 10-minute break, if you will, and I'll let you guys get some more sugar and caffeine. So I'll set a timer. If you guys will just be back, that would be great.
Molly Moo, do you need to go out, girl? Mm-mm. Molly, move. That's enough, girl.
Okay, guys, everybody should be working their way back.
Okay. Oh, yes. So Susan, I found a site for the HVAC.
Mhm.
It's on a NACHI forum site for home inspectors.
Okay.
Okay, do you want me to
Yes.
share?
Yeah, share it with us in the chat,
Uh,
the URL. Can you copy and paste the chat?
Yeah,
or copy
I
and paste
I
it?
can copy and paste it. Hang on just a minute. Let me exit full screen. Okay. Okay, I copied it. Now I go to the Zoom meeting and put it in the chat.
Yes, ma'am.
All righty, 1 minute to everyone. Okay, there it is. Okay,
All right.
okay. I found that when researching for my own use as a buyer.
So that's a good thing to put into a buyer's packet of sorts, if you will. You can see you can be the source of the source, but not the source, right?
Right.
Oh,
my God.
There's another question that says, can you correct an incomplete purchase and sale in a counter? Yes, I have had to do that. And I will write something like, for clarification purposes, line number, whatever, should be this. I mean, I've had to do it before. And, you know, the agent gets a little bit upset, but you know, I've got to take care of my seller to make sure things are the way they're supposed to be. All right, let's move on here a little bit and go on into the section here as far as from the Tennessee Real Estate Commission. The Tennessee Real Estate Commission does not mandate the use of any particular form. Okay, the broker of the firm actually mandates the forms that you use. If you've been in the business for 10 years or less, you probably don't know anything other than the Tennessee Realtor forms. There was at one point in time in the state about 7 or 8 different association purchase and sell agreements floating around, not to include the different ones that the different companies were using. So there was a point in time in our business where when you got an offer, you had to sit down and read it and try to interpret it. And so that was kind of a hard thing. That's what pushed the state to move toward forms from the state, if you will. A TREC, again, these are not TREC forms, they're Tennessee Realtor forms. And what that TREC does mandate for you is that you know the proper use of the form and the verbiage, you understand the verbiage in the form and what's going on, you know, or what is recommended to be done on the form. And you can learn a lot about this by monitoring the digest from Tennessee Realtors. It comes out every week. There's always questions. There's a whole hotline section at Tennessee Realtors website. They keep taking it down and putting it back up because they're adding stuff to it all the time. And it's just like the Inform tool. I went to the Inform tool last week. That is down right now because of the platform. The platform is so outdated, they're having to redo it. But anything I'm teaching you would have been found on that platform of the Inform tool. And you can always back up what I am teaching you by the things that are on the Inform tool. So I'm actually going to come out of here and I'm going to skip a few little slides because I'm not going to go into that, but let's go here to about, let's see what this one looks like. This is it. If you've been in my forms classes before, you know that I have had to buy a refrigerator and I don't ever want to do that again. A statement was made to me by a friend of mine who was an attorney at the time he made the statement. He is now actually a judge. And he made this statement to me that, you know, real estate agents should be preparing their offers to purchase like they got to take them to court the next day. And that's really what you should be doing. You should be able to explain everything that you did and why you did it that way, and that you were following the lawful instruction of your client, if that's what you were doing. So it's super important that you understand how important this purchase and sale agreement is to the people that you work with. So on page 7 of your handout, if you have your handout, there's a little quiz, but I believe I've got most of them put in here on the slides. So we'll go over them together, if you will. So the first one says, when should you review and explain the purchase and sale agreement with buyers? Okay. What do you think the answer to that one is?
Before you write the offer.
It is before they make an offer. You need to be talking to them about it. And in today's crazy world, that might be hard to do because they may make an offer with the first house you go look and see. It doesn't give you a whole lot of time to talk to them about everything you need to talk to them about. That's why it's really important for you to have a good buyer's package. If you have a website or a Facebook business page that you can send them to look at these things, you can have these things uploaded so that they can take a look at some of the items they're going to have to make a decision on. Okay, because they need to be the ones making the decision on a lot of the blanks that you fill in on the purchase and sale agreement. The next question, and not sure why it doesn't have A, B's, and C's, but which of the following statements is true?
Every issue. C.
Yeah, it would be C. If it had a C, it would be C. Sorry about that. Don't know what happened there.
Boilerplate language.
Yeah, you got to be careful. You need to know how the forms work together. A lot of people a lot of yours has A, yeah, good. Yours has A, B, and C. Good. A lot of people will try to write up stuff in special stipulations. I don't know if you noticed it this year, but the special stipulations section got extremely small. Now, I will tell you, the Forms Committee wanted to cut it down. I'm not sure that's how small we wanted it. They were just making it fit on the forms. I don't know what they're going to do next year. Because we did say that might be a little bit too small, especially if you have to put in like the HOA special stipulation for HOA information and things like that. That's really even hard to fit in what we currently have for the special stipulations. However, special stipulations, before you ever put anything in special stipulations, you should be checking to make sure there's not another form that addresses that issue. More than likely there is, and we'll talk about several of those today. The next question. Oh, come on. All right. Which of the following is not an example of ambiguous language?
B.
Okay, so you will notice that none of these answers had the words closing costs and or prepaids in them. And unfortunately, that's what most real estate agents write in there because that's what someone has told them to do, namely the lender. But the lender does not know our purchase and sale agreement. They don't know the language that's in the purchase and sale agreement. And closing costs and prepaids as a whole, like buyers closing costs and prepaids or sellers closing costs and prepaids, those thank you, Mike. Those are not mentioned anywhere in the purchase and sale agreement. So you need to call them what they're called in the purchase and sale agreement, and they're called expenses. You know, we always thought that it probably wouldn't make a big deal difference, but it does, because if a judge goes and looks for a section entitled closing costs and prepaids, he's not going to be able to find it because it's not in there. Okay, that's a huge change for a lot of people that they don't want to make. At 7:36 a.m. this morning, I got a text from an agent about that someone else had put it. And she's like, okay, the other agent told me that you told them to do that. Yeah, I did. Because they're not called closing costs and prepaids. They're called expenses. And we'll look at that a little bit closer when we get going. All righty, so the next one says, which of the following is the most acceptable method of delivering an offer?
All of the above.
That is true, with proper documentation. Absolutely. You got to make sure that you have a way of documenting. You will not see the word text in being able to deliver notice. You will not see that, and we'll talk a little bit more about that today. Oh,
Hey, Susan.
Yes.
I've had a couple of agents very disrespectful to my agents because they've sent out a text message that they're accepting the contract and then don't get it for 24 hours. And another contract comes in the time frame. It's just they need to realize text is a follow-up to a voice. I mean, to follow up to a written documentation.
And we do have time is of the essence in section 14 of the purchase and sale agreement. There's an agent that is out in West Tennessee, or I should say a former agent, who actually lost her license because of this, because the buyer sued everybody and took it to track and won. Okay, now this is more than 10 years ago. Time is of the essence means you're going to do it right then. If you text somebody and say, we've accepted your offer, then you need to take a picture of it and send it over to them. You need to use cam scanner with your phone, which is the same thing. Take a picture of it. It turns it into a PDF and send it to them right now. There's nothing that should keep you from sending that information over, because that situation that Mike Howell just talked about is exactly what happened back in the day when we had fax machines. We didn't have cell phones and stuff like we have today. The agent got an offer. The seller had a fax machine. She faxed it to the seller. They accepted it. However, nobody filled in the binding agreement date. She called the other agent, not text her, and said, we have an acceptance. But then another offer came in that the seller wanted. And the seller took the second offer, not the first one they had communicated to the other agent that they had accepted. And the first buyer was mad enough, they took everybody to court. So you need to understand this is, and we'll talk about time is of the essence today, I promise. So here is which of the following inspections is not legally permissible and not permitted under the inspection paragraph or section? This is the next question. What do you guys think?
B.
It is B. A licensed contractor cannot perform a home inspection unless they also hold a home inspector's license. Okay? So if they just have a general contractor's license, they are not a home inspector. And Tennessee has defined what a home inspection is, what it isn't, who can do them and who can't. So you need to understand that, and you need to help the buyers understand that. Just, you know, if dad is a home inspector, a contractor, he can't do their home inspection for them. And there's language in the purchase and sale agreement that talks about it being done as provided for herein. And if it's found out after the fact that it was not done as provided for herein, then you've got another whole issue on your hands. Okay, so it's really important that this is the law. This isn't something that we're making up ourselves. This is the law, okay? So we have to understand, even when we have a client, we're supposed to obey their lawful instructions. A client cannot ask us to break the law, which is by allowing daddy to come in and do a home inspection for us, whether daddy's a general contractor or not even. The purchase and sale agreement says that the buyer can conduct their own home inspection. That would be the buyer that's listed on page 1 as the buyer, or buyers if there's a husband and wife. That doesn't mean other members of their family, okay? Because that is breaking the law, because Tennessee has defined what a home inspection is. All right. One primary function of the purchase and sale agreement is to It is A, okay, reduce risk and liability for realtors and brokers. The problem comes into play when real estate agents want to change the language and play attorney. In the state of Tennessee, a real estate licensee cannot draft a contract for sale. They can fill in the blanks of a contract form that has been drafted by an attorney, and that's what you have for your use, okay? So that you've got to remember that we need to make sure that we know what forms and such to use. True or false? The counteroffer states all terms and conditions proposed in previous counteroffers, if any, are not included in this counteroffer unless restated herein.
False.
It is true. Yes.
Oh,
So you have to restate. You absolutely have to restate everything from counteroffer to counteroffer, because the actual deal between the buyer and the seller is the original offer and the very last counteroffer. So you have to restate everything when you are making a counteroffer, because if you don't, it goes back to the original offer and whatever's in the final counteroffer. And Mike Howell said to me privately, and I'm going to share it publicly, RF 707 is very critical. If you don't know what RF 707 is, RF 707 is a form, if you will, of sorts, not a form that is shared between the buyer and seller, but it is a form that will allow you to utilize language that the attorneys on the forms committee have created for you to use and add it into your purchase and sale agreements, into an amendment, into a counteroffer, into a lot of the different forms that you can use them on. And so if you have not ever looked at or even printed out the RF 707, it is very important that you do that so that you realize what is on here. Okay, I know that's really small. Let me see if I can make it bigger. So it's additional contract language, and it tells you right on here, oops, language to be inserted in offers, counters, addenda, amendments, or special stipulations. So this is language for you. You shouldn't be coming up with your own language. And I want to very much caution you, because this is what happens sometimes. you will see some other agent submit something to you and you think, well, that language sounds really good. I need to use that in my offers and counter offers, right? Like escalation clauses. That's one thing you will not find on this RF 707. The attorneys for Tennessee Realtors thinks that escalation clauses are dangerous, okay? Very dangerous. And so they have not written the language in here for you to utilize. If you're going to use an escalation clause, your brokerage needs to have their attorney develop the language that they can defend on your behalf. Okay, please do not copy somebody else's escalation clause and use it. That is absolutely not something you need to be doing. Okay, basically any other language that has anything to do. Absolutely, David. No, the transaction desk, those clauses are in there, and all you have to do is insert them. All you have to do is go in and insert them into the document. If you don't know how to do that, you sit in on a transaction desk class or maybe ask somebody in your office to help you with that. All right, let's go back over here to the little, I got like 5 windows open. I always do that. All right, so we, what question is this? Yeah, we answered that question, so that was true. So the next question says, which of the following statements is true?
A and B.
A and B?
Well, the seller can choose their own title company, even if your buyer has theirs, correct?
Yeah, they can both go to different ones. That's fine. Here's the answer. So the issue then becomes, it's a RESPA issue, okay? It is a RESPA issue. According to the federal law, RESPA, I believe it is section 9, a seller cannot require, that's the word, require a buyer to close at a particular title company, okay? As long as the buyer is paying. That question's a little off. It's not for the title insurance policies. If a seller is going to require a buyer to close at a particular title company, then they must pay for all title expenses, not just the policies, all title expenses. Okay, so as a real estate licensee, it's important that you know what they can and can't do. The National Association of Realtors has a great source of information for you as far as RESPA law goes. Okay, so you need to make sure that you understand that information.
So Susan, I have a question, because with builders, a lot of them have a title company of choice, and they often say we need them to close there. I've refused a couple of times, almost lost one because of it, but they've never paid all the title expenses.
So the issue is this. Here's the question to ask the builder. Why do we have to close there? Are they cutting you a deal because you close everything there? Because if the answer to that is yes, then there's a problem.
Okay.
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 So they cannot require a buyer. I don't care who they are. They cannot require a buyer to close. It's against federal law. Federal law, not Tennessee law. It is RESPA section 9. I can tell you we had a builder in one of our offices in the Knoxville region, a very well-known builder. And the broker knew that they were having problems with this title company stuff, like exactly what you're talking about, Mary. So they had me come up and sit in on the meeting, and I point blank asked them, why? And she said, because it's the same one we use all the time. I said, do you get a discount? And she just looked at me and smiled. I said, okay, so how does this not violate RESPA law? And she said, what are you talking about? And I showed it to her, and she made a whole bunch of notes, but I'm sure they didn't make any changes. But as a realtor, if you are, as a real estate licensee, you have to make sure you're not involved in all that, okay? That's why we have the vendor list. How many of you guys use the vendor lists on a regular basis? like 3 or 4 hands going up. So you need to use that vendor list and your buyer needs to choose, and you need to stand your ground and not let the tail wag the dog. Okay? You need to understand what's going on. If they're not paying any costs or the title expenses and for a policy, that is both a mortgagee's policy and an owner's policy, then they don't get to tell us where we get to close at. They can close wherever they want to, but we're going to close over here. Okay, so that's, and in the Nashville areas, which Steph may be going, what in the world is going on over there on the east side of the state? Because in the Nashville area, buyers and sellers don't normally close at the same closing agency. The seller picks theirs and the buyer picks theirs. Is that a correct statement, Steph? You're muted, please. You're muted.
A lot of times the question is asked, but it's not usually not like they don't put it in terms of required.
Mm-hmm.
But they'll ask, and I've had them say, well, how married are you to your closing company?
Mm-hmm.
And depending on the situation, I'll say engaged or
right,
headed down the aisle, or
right,
we're married.
Absolutely. But in the Nashville area, don't buyers usually go to one and sellers go to the other? Not just in builder situations, but in most.
Oh, yes.
Situations.
Yes.
Yeah. So see, we've not done that here on the east side of the state. We've all went together to the same title company and closed. But
most of the time.
Yeah, most of the time. It has become such a big deal that's one of the reasons that the purchase and sale agreement is the way it is now. Buyers by federal law get to choose where they close at. That's why it's set up the way it is on the purchase and sale agreement.
I'm closing actually tomorrow with the builder. At first, the builder's agent tried to get us to close with their company. And I said, we've already set everything up with the other title company. That's who we're using. They didn't want us to do it. And I said, they are closing with them.
Yeah, they don't, because the truth of the matter is they get a discount. They don't want people to know that, because that is definitely violating RESPA. Okay.
Okay.
That's what, and so if they just look at me and grin, I say, then will your title company give us the same discount on the buyer side as they're giving you on the seller side?
Ooh, that's good. Hey, Susan, we have a builder network, a large volume builder network that owns the title company, that owns the real estate company, and about everything else that's involved, and they require it. We always close outside of that. So
absolutely. Absolutely. Now I'm going to tell you, the company I work for, we own a title company, but there, that's not, we don't require people to close at that title company. Are they on our vendor list? Sure. But we let the buyer choose where they want to close. So listen, you're going to go to a local car dealership and you're going to buy a car. And as part of the contract of buying that car, the dealership is going to tell you where you're going to go get your car insurance from. What do you think about that? Because that's what's happening, because it's title insurance. So they should be able to pick and choose the coverage that they want and what it's going to cost them.
But they're looking at us for that because they don't know anything about title companies.
Well, then they need to learn, because I can't choose that for them, because as soon as a problem crops up, I'm the one they're going to blame for choosing that title company. I can tell you it happens. All right. You should never just put a title company in the blank. You should always make them pick from your vendor list. Always. And you need to educate them. That's part of your job also, is to educate buyers and sellers about the things that they have to do. Now, I'm going to tell you, when I first started real estate in 1982, well, some of y'all might not even been born in 1982. Okay. But when I started real estate in 1982, we did everything. We pre-qualified them at our desk with forms from the lenders. We went to the lender with them. We knew how behind they were on child support or alimony. We knew everything. We did. Matter of fact, we closed a lot of our own loans. We did the HUD statements. Okay. So real estate has changed. And in today's world, it is so litigious. You need to stay under your real estate license. And I hear people say all the time, oh, well, then how am I earning my commission? That's a ridiculous statement, number one. Okay. You earn your commission. You're sitting in six-hour classes and learning how to represent and take care of customers and clients. Your commission is not based on the errands and such that you do for your customers and clients. That's not what it's based on. If that's the scenario, then why do you pay a lawyer? Why do you pay a doctor? Why do you pay? I mean, they're all licensed professionals in a certain type of business, and that's what you are. So you got to remember, you don't get paid for the number of errands or the number of things you recommend for a buyer or seller. That's just not how it works. Okay, let's see here. What do we got going on over here? Page 9. Page 9. Woo, we're just busting it up today. Timelines, dates, etc. So these are different talking points as far as you have some information in your handout. And as we talked earlier about pre-printed deadlines. So, or we just talked about deadlines. So there are pre-printed deadlines and there are deadlines you write in. And no one deadline is more important than the other. They all have to be met. So if it's in the contract, then it's got to be done by the date that's specified in the contract. If it's not done by the date it's specified, then someone is in breach. Okay, so you've got to make sure. And anytime that an agent allows a deadline to pass unnoticed, if you will, it could result in a complaint being filed against them at TREC or at the local board or even a lawsuit. So you've got to understand that when you are assisting a buyer and a seller, that's part of your job, is to keep them, the buyer and the seller, on track with what they have to do. So your main job is to be able to explain the deadlines and the meanings and the significance of the various deadlines and timelines that you have within the purchase and sale agreement and within the listing agreement. But we're talking about purchase and sale agreement today. So what actions that are required by both parties in the purchase and sale agreement, if you're on the buyer side, you got to know all about those. So if you will look at, what are we going to talk about first? We're going to talk about the what and the when. We're going to talk about time is of the essence and the default paragraph and terminology as far as the definition of days, if you will. So number 2 in your handout, if you will. Why do I have default first? I don't know what because it says breach. So let's talk. I have default first. Is that up here on this? Oh no, I took it off. I didn't change my slide. So we talked about default, and if you don't meet timelines, that's a default. And paragraph or section 12 of the purchase and sale agreement actually tells you all about default and what happens. Who can tell me what is the one thing that happens with a buyer if the buyer is in default on the contract? What one thing always happens if they're in default?
Forfeit earnest.
That's exactly right. They forfeit their earnest money. And they're, as real estate licensees, we need to quit arguing about that. The purchase and sale agreement is very clear about the ways that default occurs. Okay. And when things are terminated and when the buyer gets their earnest money back, and if they're in default, then they forfeit the earnest money. And we need to make that clear to the buyers, because the buyers need to understand that, which will then in turn also, when we're talking about earnest money, how many days do you put in the blank to have earnest money deposited? Okay. If you're putting more than 5, that's way too many. Really, the truth of the matter, the best practices in the perfect world of real estate, of course, none of us live there, but in the perfect world of real estate would be to get the check when you write the offer. But if you're doing an offer with somebody that's out of town, they would have to send it in. But when you put a delay between the time of writing the offer and receiving the earnest money, if that buyer has buyer's remorse or changes their mind in any way, then that earnest money's not been received, and you're supposed to let somebody know that, right? So I've seen real estate agents have to dip into their own personal accounts and cough up earnest money because they never let anybody know they didn't receive the earnest money. Okay, so be careful about that and make sure that you understand, because that is the first thing that comes into play when default is out there, okay? When you're going to write an offer, you know, we like to put things in a nice, neat little package. Well, we don't live in a nice, neat little package these days, especially with the pandemic and everything that's going on. But you absolutely need to address these pre-printed deadlines and such with your buyers that are out there. Now, when we're talking about days, as far as calendar days go and counting days, have mercy. I get 1 to 2 questions a week on that where people are having a problem. They're disagreeing on the days. Okay, that is the first thing the 2 real estate agents need to come to terms with. Okay, that's why the acceptance is so important. And you don't wait 24 hours to send them the in writing acceptance, because you got to start counting days. Okay, it has to happen. In your handout, you should have a copy of the purchase and sale agreement. Do you? Would it work better for you if I put it up on the screen? I know a lot of people would rather look at the screen instead of the PowerPoint, and I'm fine with that. It doesn't matter to me. We can look at the.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Thank you.
And so you don't have to worry with it. The only thing is sometimes my mouse doesn't want to work real good. So, but I'll get you there. Don't worry. We'll get. We'll see. Days is probably going to be on about page 9. Let's see if that's a true statement. Let's go to page 8. Okay. So section 14 is the most ignored section of the purchase and sale agreement. The forms committee came to that conclusion many years ago. It's not been changed that much over the years. The way you count days has not been changed that much. So when you're looking at the terminology as far as counting days, you're going to go here to section 14E under terminology, and it's number 4. So it says the term days used throughout this agreement shall be deemed to be calendar days ending at 11:59 p.m. unless otherwise specified in the agreement. Now, it does say in there that you could otherwise specify in the agreement, but let me tell you what has started happening. And of course, it's coming out of Nashville. Sorry, Steph, it's coming out of your area, but that's because your business it's advanced a little bit over some of ours. Agents are changing calendar days to business days. They're writing in business days. The forms committee, the TAR legal hotline attorney has addressed this and how dangerous it is, because whose definition of a business day are you using? That's the question. So what is the definition of a business day?
Some businesses have different definitions than others.
Absolutely. If you live where I'm at, okay, we have a religious contingency here that there's one small town that their business stops on Friday evening at sundown, okay, and doesn't come back until Saturday evening at sundown, which changes as the time changes. And so whose definition of business days are you using? And in business days, even the CFPB, they've defined business days for lenders, and it's Monday through Saturday. But there's a caveat to that even. So way back when we were first putting this information together, we decided on the forms committee that we were going to use calendar days, because everybody can count a calendar day and you don't have to have a different definition. But we did go on in and define some days, if you will. And it goes on here and it says that local time shall be determined by the location of the property. And some of you guys may not have to deal with that either. Here where I'm at, if I travel around to South Pittsburgh, I'm in Central Time. If I go to Dayton, and if I go up to the top of the mountain in Dayton, I'm in Central Time. So it matters to us here. And it says, of course, that it's determined by the location of the property. Some people may not have to deal with that at all. Then this is bolded language here at line 413. In the event of performance deadline, other than, those two words are very important. So any performance deadline in the purchase and sale agreement, other than the ones listed here, is a moving target. Okay? And it bounces off the acceptance date. So anything other than the closing date is what we call a drop dead date. It must close by the date. Okay? The date of possession, another drop dead date. The completion of repair deadlines, a drop dead date. And the offer expiration date or the time limit of the offer is a drop dead date. Those do not move. Okay, so if it occurs on a Saturday, Sunday, or a legal holiday, it dies that day. Everything else moves. And if any one of those other performance deadlines occurs on a Saturday, Sunday, or legal holiday, it extends to the next following business day, which I don't even like that language, but that's what it is. The next time everything is open. And then it even goes on to say holidays are those deemed federal holidays pursuant to 5 USC 6103. And I always ask this question: when's the last time you Googled 5 USC 6103? Okay, to see what the deadlines are or what the holidays are. They're federal holidays. Okay, so you got to know what they are. And the one that usually gets us in trouble is Good Friday. A lot of people think that Good Friday is a federal holiday, and it is not. So if you're taking Good Friday off and you need to meet a deadline, you still got to meet a deadline. It's not a federal holiday. So you got to check those out, okay? And then it goes on to say, in calculating any time period under this agreement, the commencement shall be the day following the initial date, and the example given is the binding agreement date. And so they're supposed to be working on this right here because people aren't understanding that that's only an example. Okay, so if I were to accept, or my seller was to accept an offer at 10:45 a.m. on the 14th of September, when is day one?
The next day.
Tomorrow. That's right.
The 15th.
Tomorrow. If I send you a repair replacement proposal that my buyer has signed at 10:48 a.m. on the 14th of September, when is day one of the resolution period?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Okay. Do you see what I'm talking about here? When you're counting days? So that's the way to count days. And I don't know why people have such a hard time with that. And so, question?
Well, on the binding, it does matter on your first example, because if they accepted it as one thing, if they bound it as another thing, because I've had some agents not bind it for more than 48 hours, 2 full business days. And then I get back, when I send them something, their time sheet that they have is all off by 2 days. And I'm like, no, you didn't bind it. No.
You have to do an amendment to the agreement and change the acceptance date because time is of the essence. You can't wait 2 days to send something back. And here's another thing that everyone needs to understand. A real estate licensee cannot bind a purchase and sale agreement between a buyer and a seller. Okay? It plainly says that right here. Real estate agent working with or representing either party shall not have the authority to bind the buyer and the seller or any assignee to any contractual agreement unless specifically authorized in writing within this agreement. And it is not in this agreement that you can bind anything. Okay, so your binding of something does not create the contract between the buyer and the seller. Someone signing accept, putting in a date and time they accept it, that's what binds the buyer and seller to a contract. You as the licensee then need to acknowledge receipt that you have told the party you represent that you are now under contract. Okay, there has to be an acknowledgement of receipt. And that's the reason we changed this, because somebody was out there teaching, and we don't know who, because nobody will admit it, that it wasn't binding until the agents signed it in here where it says binding. And that was not a true statement because of the language that was in the purchase and sale agreement also. That's why we changed it to this. This is just saying I received notice that the seller or the buyer has accepted the offer. And then it's going to be called or referred to as the binding agreement date for establishing performance deadlines. But a real estate licensee does not have the authority to bind a buyer and seller.
But it does establish the deadlines.
It does establish the deadlines. Absolutely. It also, if I go back up here to page 8, it also says that, let's see if I can find it. Oops, too far. It says that in here to establish deadlines. And so it also goes in here and it says that it is hereby agreed by both buyer and seller that any real estate agent with shall not have the authority. Oh, I got to go back up. Oh, no, it's down here. And the parties hereby authorize either licensee to insert the time and date of receipt of the notice of acceptance of the final offer. So if Mike and I have a deal going on and my buyer or seller accepts it, I could actually fill in the acknowledgement of acceptance when I have actually texted him and said, my buyer has accepted it, and I just want to let you know I already filled in the acceptance date, and here's the picture of it, or here's my PDF of it, and that's your job to make sure that it's completed, because time is of the essence. And you will be the one that gets the blame if you don't do it appropriately. And Steph, you're right. They should, if they're holding it, your broker needs to call their broker and tell them, we have got to amend this because the buyer signed it 2 days ago. Where's it been all this time? Or the seller signed it 2 days ago. Where's it been all this time? Because you're impeding the contract between the buyer and the seller as the real estate agent when you don't get it on over where it's supposed to go because of this very legal term that's right here on line 408. A judge will throw you under the jail over time is of the essence. You need to Google, what does time is of the essence mean? It's just like what's in the green book here. Okay, it says that we have to present offers promptly. So I had a bunch of agents that were questioning me about a definition of promptly. Oh, that's just, that's subjective. What does promptly mean? So I contacted the real estate commission and said, do you have a policy statement or something out there that defines what promptly means about presenting offers? Because we have a group of realtors in my town that say, if you present an offer after 3 p.m. on Friday, we're not going to answer you until after 11 o'clock on Monday. And they said, well, somebody needs to turn them in because that's not promptly. And I said, okay, what's your definition of promptly? And here's, you know what he told me? He said, look it up in the dictionary. Okay, so look it up in the dictionary. What does promptly mean?
Susan, I do have a question about that. I have my clients, we are submitting an offer this morning. Last night, this morning, it was going to an attorney today because it is a trust. And the agent had said, well, anything you give me isn't going to be seen anyway till Monday because I can't submit anything to them till Monday. What do you?
Well, there is an issue. Your broker needs to call the other broker and say, what's going on? Because according to the rules of the real estate commission, this is supposed to be presented promptly. Now, let me
Well, she did tell me, she said, put down return by the 15th, submit, because it won't be submitted to them till the 14th and we'll have an answer by the 15th. Which, in a normal situation, I would have said, oh my gosh, that's insane, because it is. But the house has been on the market for a while.
Well, and you got to kind of, work with people where attorneys are involved and things like that. But here's what I would do. I would go ahead and send it over via email as soon as I got it to an attorney's office, whether they saw it or not till Monday, that's on them. But I would have done what I'm supposed to do.
Okay.
Is present it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
But I would have went ahead and told you the same thing. It is an attorney's office. It's kind of that way when you work with foreclosures, right? When you work with foreclosures, those asset managers don't work Saturdays and Sundays. They work, Monday through Friday usually, and then they take vacation days
10 to
too.
4.
You gotta work around that. I would have understand that, but as the other agent, I would have told you, go ahead and send it to me. Basically what she told you. And I will make sure it goes on over to them. But now they are attorneys. They won't be in until Monday. But to protect the other agent, to protect herself, she's presented it when she emails it.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So
The definition of promptly is with little or no delay. Immediately.
Yep. So, sometimes we try to make it be a bigger deal than it is, but it is what it is. It's what it states. Has anybody looked up time is of the essence in a contract? And then there's the whole Black's Law Dictionary, which we're not attorneys, so we're not supposed to know that, but we do need to know what it means if it's going to go in front of a judge. And again, if you haven't been in the business very long, you probably don't remember these forms. They used to be full of legal languages and wherefore art thou and stuff like that. And we begged the attorneys, realtors don't understand that. So they let us put it in pretty basic language, except there are some key terms in here, like time is of the essence, and like good faith, and like warrant and represent. There's some terms in here that have to be in here because of the legalness of it all. And you need to understand those.
Hey, Susan,
Yep.
what's the definition of little?
Of what?
Little.
Small.
What's the definition of small?
So see, it's people like that don't need to be in the real estate. They're trying to find a way around everything. They need to go to Walmart and work for Walmart.
No, we need to have that's a very gray area. It's all relative. You said look up the definition of promptly. It says with little or no delay. What's the definition of little?
Look it up, tell me.
And then it says immediately.
It does follow it by saying immediately.
That comes back to the common sense, Joe, that you were talking about earlier.
It does.
That's just the common
It
sense.
does.
David,
But
I'm
Susan
bothering
keeps
you.
back the way it'll be interpreted.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, I've seen and heard the real estate commission, and unfortunately in court, judges just give real estate agents down the road because they're not using common sense and they're trying to find a way to make it work the way they think. And you got to be careful with that. And somebody made a comment in the chat that, nobody reads the contract. Okay. And that's one of the biggest issues. I mean, the text message I got at 7:36 a.m. this morning, if the agent would just read the contract, she wouldn't have needed to text me and ask me crap at 7:36 in the morning. I mean, come on. Right? All right. And yes, I'm sorry. I said CRAP right on the video. It's going to be on. Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. All right. So we've been in here another hour. It's time to take a 10-minute break. We might I don't know if we'll get through with the stuff today or not. No, we'll get through it. I promise. All right.
Sounds
Sugar
good.
and caffeine. Sugar and caffeine. I got to go find something to eat myself. I actually found something to eat. It's a Pop-Tart.
Oh,
Thank you. So anybody have any questions about counting days and the things we've been talking about and stuff this morning so far? So on page 10 of your handout itself, you should have, we looked at that already, we've talked about that. On page 10 of your handout, it talks about time is of the essence and or under number 3, if it's in the contract, it's got to be done. I was actually showing you guys the contract form, wasn't I? We weren't actually looking at the PowerPoint. Okay, so it's got a couple of statements in there, and this is, I hear this, that I was on the phone, you might have saw me on the phone during break, and I was actually answering a question about forms out of the Jackson, Tennessee area. That's where this agent was calling me from. And it says in here that, you know, a statement like, well, we don't do that in my area, or nobody pays attention to that, or nobody else does it. Those are all wrong answers. Just because it's not being done the way it's supposed to be done, it doesn't mean anything. You need to be the one that stands up and does it the right way. And when we're talking also about the forms and the different forms, you will see that the purchase and sale agreement refers many different times to this notification form. Okay. And that notification form is extremely important in your business. And anytime there's any kind of information that needs to go between the buyer and the seller, this is the form that you should use to let them know something is going on. Okay, there is a box in both sections, under the buyer section and under the seller section, that says other. Okay, so earlier we were talking about letting somebody know the age of the purchase and sale agreement. And yes, you're of the purchase of the HVAC. And yes, you're already under contract, but just in case, you know, the buyer or the seller, the buyer could ask for that information, or the seller could notify using this form, and then you have it in writing. You know, a lot of people want to utilize texting and email. Email does constitute notice and writing, if you will. Texting does not constitute notice, but can be used against you in the court of law. Okay, so just remember that. And they will subpoena your phone records. They will subpoena your phone records. You need to remember that. So as a real estate licensee, number 5 on page 10 says that you've got to be aware of your client's options in case of the other party's failure to meet a deadline or perform an action that's required under the purchase and sale agreement. So for loan obligations, that's the first one that's listed there. And I know that many of you have taken the forms classes with me, so you understand the importance of the loan obligations paragraph. So I want to ask one question. Does the fact that you send over a lender's pre-qualification letter that could even be labeled as a pre-approval letter release the buyer from the notification that is required in the loan obligations paragraph? The answer to that is no, it does not. And you, as the real estate licensee, are the one that is still supposed to make sure these things happen. And when you go to that loan obligations paragraph that's in the purchase and sale agreement, I think it's on page 2, then you need to understand that during this process, the buyer is the only one with the deadline dates. A seller does not have the deadline dates, okay? So a seller could accept an offer with a loan, okay, a VA or a FHA or even a conventional loan, and then turn around and the next day get an offer for cash, and then start demanding compliance that these things are being done just to make sure the buyer is moving forward. And if the buyer doesn't respond through their agent, the seller can terminate the contract and keep the buyer's earnest money to go with the second offer that they have under the backup agreement. Okay. So you got to know how this works. The buyer is the only one with a performance deadline. The seller can make demand for compliance at any time. So you, as a real estate licensee, are the one that is supposed to make sure your customer or client is following through with the performance deadlines. Any questions on that? Any questions on the loan obligations paragraph?
So Susan, when we send a notification to the other agent demanding, requesting something, once I put that form in her mailbox, then I'm not responsible for when she gets that to her client.
No. And you will see that in paragraph 14 or section 14. Okay. It actually is probably going to be on the next page. It's under the notice section. Right there it says, all bolded in caps, notice shall be deemed to have been given as the date and time it's actually received. Receipt of notice by the real estate licensee or their broker assisting a party as a client or customer shall be deemed to be notice to that party for all purposes. So this has already been to court. So let me tell you what they used. They used the date and time on the email that it was as when notice was delivered. Okay. As long as the email address is correct, then you are fine. They use the date and time of the email.
So Susan, I had an issue a few years ago. I changed my email from Comcast to Gmail. And even though everything was Gmail, this agent sent it to my old Comcast email where I don't have access to it anymore. But it went through. So, but I never knew she sent it until a day later. Thank goodness we still worked it out. But I certainly try to text or make sure they receive the email. Or
you should always pick up your phone and make sure somebody is receiving something.
Yes.
I just emailed you a notification form. Please let me know if you did not receive it. I mean, I just think that's etiquette on our side to make sure. Nothing says you have to. I just think it's etiquette between these, to let you know that is going on. I know we have a problem, my husband and I do, because we have an E on the end of our name. Now, believe it or not, there's another Terry Barnett without an E on the end of his name in Florida. And that guy has been very nice to send us stuff that he's received because he and my husband have both, they figured it out and they've talked. But he gets a lot of stuff because people don't spell our name right. You got to make sure you're looking and understanding. And as a real estate agent, you need to make sure your information is correct in the multiple listing service, your contact information. Make sure the email that you want to check is what's in your contact information at your association, because that's where somebody's going to look to find that. And I'm going to tell you what, there's nothing more frustrating than to go out on the internet and type a real estate agent's name and not be able to find their information. Okay? Because if I'm another real estate agent and I can't find you, consumers can't find you on how to contact you. So they might find your phone number, but a lot of them like to email you. Your email needs to be out there where people can email you. You need to have a business account and a personal account. Okay? You don't want your customers and clients sending an email to hotchick99@hotmail.com. I mean, that's just not business, okay? You need to have a business email. And I just, it drives me crazy, some of the, Susan Barnett, M1979 1422H. I mean, who's going to remember that? I mean, that's just ridiculous. You need a business email. If you're a realtor, Susan Barnett Realtor @gmail.com, or just Susan Barnett @gmail.com, or better yet, buy your own URL. It's real easy to remember, Susan @susanbarnett.com. But the issue is you got to put the E on the end of my name, or I don't get it. If you send it to Susan Barnett @gmail.com without the E, there's a newscaster for a CBS station that will get that email. Her and I have already exchanged information also. So there's you do have to stay up on top of that. All right. Yes, Joe.
Quick question.
Yes, sir.
On the appraisal, I think we all run into that. Most people like to have their home inspection and resolution done before the lender. They ask their lender to do the appraisal. And usually that runs beyond the 14-day period. I guess you could request the appraisal before that, but you do have to pay for the appraisal 14 days within the binding agreement date.
You do. Yes, but let me ask you this also. If the seller is paying that when they pay expenses for the buyer, then you would need to address the fact that they're not paying for the appraisal within that 14 days, because maybe that's included in the costs or the expenses that you have asked the seller to pay. See, every scenario is going to be a little bit different. So if it's included in the cost that we've asked the seller to pay, the expenses we've asked the seller to pay, then that would need to be addressed. That the buyer is not paying for that because within 14 days, because it is in the request for the seller to contribute to those expenses.
Would that be something addressed by the buyer's agent in the notification form?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. But you're going to have to, of course, speak to the lender and say, you know, is that what are you quoting me expenses to include the appraisal fee? Yes or no? You know, and if they're not, then, you know, the buyer would need to pay that within the 14 days.
Another follow-up question is if the seller's paying it and they do pay it within the 14 days and the deal falls apart, is the seller just eating an appraisal?
Well, he's not, because it doesn't become, you know, it doesn't close. So no, he doesn't. Then the bank usually does, unfortunately. That is an unfortunate situation. And that's why you need to talk to your lenders to see what happens there. Mm-hmm. How are your lenders actually handling that right now?
So wait, you're talking about a seller paying the appraisal?
Mm-hmm.
My sellers have not been paying the appraisal.
Well, and they might not.
But if they ask for closing costs and prepays in the purchase and sale agreement.
Say that again, Joe.
If they said that the seller would pay so much in buyer's closing costs and prepays, then that would include the appraisal.
It might include the appraisal fee. That's what you got to find out from the lender, is what you're quoting me here. Does that include the appraisal fee or not? See, the seller won't actually write a check to the lender in 14 days. The seller will just pay it at closing.
Right.
So if it doesn't close, then, you know, your appraisal hasn't been done, so nobody ends up paying anything. If it has been done, the bank will eat it. But most of the time, the bank won't even order it until they know you're through the home inspection, which is a problem because you need to make sure you don't extend that home inspection out for an extended time frame.
In our area, we have to, because the inspectors are so far behind.
So let me ask you that, do you have a shortage of home inspectors or a shortage of the home inspectors you want to use?
Yes, that's the answer.
You gotta be careful there, because if it's just because you're trying to get a specific home inspector, because you have said, hey, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, you need to use this one, or this one is the best, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, then that's not my problem. I'm going to tell you right now, anybody that puts their seller at risk of being more than 14 days with their house off the market, then that is not exercising reasonable skill and care for your seller.
Right.
You need to be very careful about doing that. We've had sellers already file complaints against real estate agents for doing that. Pulling their house off the market for too long a period of a time and letting that buyer just languish and fret over a home inspector. Look, open up the phone book if you got one. If you don't, Google it and find a home inspector that can go do it. It doesn't have to be the one that the real estate agent thinks is the best home inspector. Be very careful about that. I'm telling you, you've got to be careful about recommending services. That is a RESPA violation for a real estate agent.
So Susan, I have a question. I always give at least 3 or 4 home inspectors. When my buyers say, I need a home inspector, can you please send me who you've used in the past or who other buyers have used? I send them the contact information.
So you should be using this vendor list.
Okay.
This is
Okay.
the list, and you can make a list of home inspectors, title companies, lenders, plumbers, painters, roofers, HVAC people, the whole 9 yards. You should never just send anybody information, or you should never say, hey, don't worry, I've got a guy. Okay? Because this language that's right here in the middle of this is what protects you. The Forms Committee has established different forms that all work together to offer you layers of protection. And when you're not using all the forms, then your layers of protection get thinner and thinner as you're not using them. So this is a vendor list. These vendor lists need to go out to your buyers as soon as they decide they're going to work with you. You need to send them these vendor lists because it says, I'm giving you these names as a ministerial act. In other words, just to be nice, but you can't hold me responsible and for any of that. And you don't even have to use one of these people. See, when they use the people you recommend, if something goes south with whatever is going on, then when they go to court, what they're going to say is, I used this person because the realtor told me to use this person. But when you have a form like this that they sign that says, I'm doing this as a ministerial act, that is one of those legal phrases that we were talking about earlier. So you have this, you have the RF 304, the disclaimer form that says you can't hold me responsible for any of these items that are listed here. As a matter of fact, it says that it is an express warning. It don't just say you can't hold me responsible. It says it's an express warning on this disclaimer notice here. So the Forms Committee is putting into place the things you need to be utilizing to protect yourself from a bunch of these lawsuits. But unfortunately, agents don't use them together so that they have those different layers of protection. So you have the disclaimer notice, you have this vendor list, and in the purchase and sale agreement, you have section 10. So section 10, there's 3 different layers of protection that you are giving yourself if you utilize everything. Well, let me get down where I can't see it, but maybe you can. Right here, section 10, okay, is the disclaimer. So there's 3 layers to protect yourself from being involved in, oh, they referred this person, so I'm going to include them on my lawsuit. Okay, and then what about the wire fraud notice? What about the RF 712, the inspection form where it says, I want an inspection, yes or no. I want a radon inspection, yes or no. I want a survey, yes or no. All of those forms have been created to work together to protect the real estate agent. And every time you don't use a form, that leaves a door open for somebody to get you. Okay, they all work together. I know it's a bunch of pieces of paper. I know it's Steph.
I was wondering how the form, I always have them fill it out, but I wondered myself how the form for I want this inspection and that inspection, how that helps me or them, or I don't really get that one.
Well, they're telling you what they want to do. So if they want an inspection, a radon inspection, a regular home inspection, or a survey, then you use that vendor list to give them names for those folks. So they all back each other up. That's where the consumer is making their own decision about what they're going to do, which is what we have to let them do. We have to let them make their own decisions. And so that form itself, the yes or no answer form, I think it's the 712, and I'm not sure if I have a 712 in the list. I don't, but I'll go get it. Those forms they're all there to protect you at the recommendation of Tennessee Realtors attorney firm, Farrer, Bates and Ramsey, I think it's called now.
So that form dictates to me, their agent, what I'm going to put on that.
Purchase and sale agreement.
What?
On the purchase and sale agreement.
But not only that, but also on the vendor list.
It tells me that I'm going to at least give them 3 vendor lists: a home inspector vendor list, a radon inspector vendor list, and a surveyor vendor list.
Okay.
Okay. Now I may give them more than that, which I do, and they get those right off of the bat. So here's kind of a process for you to think about. A buyer contacts you and wants to go look at a house. Only 2% of buyers actually buy the house that they first call on, just so you know. It's getting, I'm sure the numbers are going to show an increase in that because the inventory is so low. But as soon as they contact you and they want to go look at a house, I go on and I set up a transaction desk transaction for that buyer, because my goal is to sell them a house, right? And I go ahead and open up the forms so that they can see all the forms that they need to be using. And if we're going to go look at 4 this afternoon, they go ahead and they actually sign the vendor lists via AuthentiSign, because I use Transaction Desk. Okay. I have these already set up inside Transaction Desk, already typed, and I add them to the transactions. Now, you may not know how to use it inside Transaction Desk, but you can actually, let me open that in a different way. You can actually, shoot, I can't talk and look at the same time, look for something at the same time. You can open up a dashboard for them to where they can see the forms you want them to see, and only the forms you want them to see, or all the forms. It just depends on, what you're doing and how you want it to work. And you can actually make copies of the different things. I must not have put it in there. I must have put it on my desktop. You can make copies of the vendor list inside Transaction Desk, so you only ever have to type them one time. Do you know how to do that inside Transaction Desk?
I usually use .loop because my company uses .loop.
The .loop would work the same way.
Right.
It works exactly the same way, or basically the same way. Okay. I did have it open, didn't I, Steph? What's wrong with me? Ding-a-ling. I'm a ding-a-ling. There we go. All right. There it is. So there's the form. Now, this again is to make sure, number one, that you are pointing out these different things to the buyer, and you're explaining to them that a home inspection is different than an appraisal. Some buyers don't know that. And a survey, why they might need a survey. They're different than other inspections. Be an informed buyer, and then radon. So this is what we had to do to this form last year to keep them from opening up that property conveyance law. So you should be using this form with every buyer you ever work with. Every buyer. Okay. And then you let them know that, yes or no, yes or no, yes or no. That helps you then fill out your offer, what you're going to want them to do. You don't have to do anything for a home inspection. You don't have to do anything for a radon. For survey, you do have to do something extra in the purchase and sale agreement. The radon inspection is a separate inspection, but allowed under the inspection section. Okay, now there is a special stipulation that you can use for radon. I think I've got that open. That shows there is a air quality measurement, if you will, that it needs to be 4 pico liters per, I forgot how it goes. But if it's above 4, then that's a dangerous. So you can't terminate because of the radon unless you, no, I'm sorry, you can terminate, but if you want the seller to install a mitigation system, then you have to put that special stipulation in your purchase and sale agreement. Yes, that is true, Steph. If they write 4 offers on 4 properties, you have to fill it out every time so you know what they want. That is true. That is a true statement because that's protecting you. And just think about that for a second. If they then try to sue you over something that concerns one of these things, they've signed it 4 times. So they're going to have a hard time proving to a judge that they didn't understand. There's reasoning behind everything that we do. Okay, reasoning behind that.
Hey, Susan,
Uh-huh.
if on a radon inspection, can they go like to Home Depot or Lowe's, or does it have to be by a licensed radon inspector?
Are they doing the rest of their inspections?
Yeah.
Well, if the buyer's doing everything, they can go pick up something if they want to, but every house is going to have radon. You need
Yeah.
to understand radon and how it works. I mean, I could take a radon test, put it out here on the sidewalk outside my office, and it's going to register radon. It just depends on if it's a safe level or an unsafe level. And if the wind's not blowing, it's probably going to be an unsafe level because it's what it is.
So anybody can do a radon inspection and ask for mitigation?
Sure, if they've got a radon test that shows that there's radon, they can do their own lead-based paint testing too. You can buy those kits.
The biggest thing is you have to send it off to have it tested.
That's the biggest thing, yeah. And you have to wait for it to come back. So you've got to talk to them about that. Because normally they have to be in place about 48 hours before you can even send them off. So, I mean, that's why you as the real estate licensee, that's why this 712 form is extremely important. So you can explain to them all these things and what in the world is going to need to happen because they don't know. And the problems come up when you don't explain this stuff to them and something happens. They get extremely upset, extremely upset. All right, so we talked about loan obligations. We've talked about a little bit about inspections as far as what their options are as far as deadlines go. The appraisal issues, okay? The appraisal issues, and I think you guys caught on to this pretty quickly, and I think it's because your buyer is in trouble if you didn't, because you only have 3 days to make this happen. So you've caught on to this real quickly, but that loan obligation stuff, most people haven't even paid attention to that. And you really need to pay attention to that in today's market for sure. Because I'm going to tell you right now, that's the advice I'm giving my sellers. Because when we're in a multiple offer situation, I'm encouraging my sellers to take a backup offer and go over that backup agreement. I'm encouraging them. So you want to accept this one? And then we've got 3 or 4 agents here in Hamilton County that, I mean, they might be as dumb as a box of rocks. I don't know, but they're doing stuff they shouldn't be doing because they're talking their sellers into accepting offers sight unseen from buyers in multiple offer situations. I don't understand that. That means that buyer can pull up in front of that house and go, yeah, I don't like it. I'm not going to get it. And they tied the house up for a week or 2, waiting to come to the area. Who would even advise their buyer to do something like that? That's just asinine. I mean, it is. I mean, their seller, I'm sorry, to do something like that. Not in today's market. Because that's what some of these agents are saying, how houses are selling sight unseen while they're sitting in the so-called coming soon status, that the seller accepted an offer sight unseen. Now, who's going to advise their seller to do that? That just doesn't make good sense to me. It really doesn't. When you got other buyers right here, right now, ready to buy. It just doesn't make any sense to me. golly, y'all are letting me go tangent on a bunch of soapboxes today. You got to put a stop to that. I'm telling you, the tail's wagging the dog and y'all are letting it happen.
Hey, Susan. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I'm sorry, for some reason my Siri kicked in. So I know we in no way lead or try to, what should I say? We can't tell them which offer to take when they come. Obviously, I present everything, give them all the facts. But we,
I know what you're about to ask, I think. So
go
you
answer.
let's see if this hits it. If it don't, tell me and we'll talk.
Let me give you an example. Okay. So been last few months, just about everything I list, we're taking backups, and it's been a good thing because a couple of times it's like, you know, they walk out 5 days before close. That's great. We'll take that cash, still close on time. However, one offer that came in over the weekend, it would be a backup offer. They knew looking at the property, if you want it, it'll be a backup offer. The offer comes in, it's not a backup offer. And there's, I mean, handwritten, I can't read it, you know, all that kind of stuff. And my clients are like, well, we're looking on our phones. We can't really read it. Can you read it? What do you think about this? So, well, you know, I'm presenting the facts. It's, you have to, you know, make a decision on your own. And in where you describe the property, the parcel number, all that, it says 3-bedroom house, 2 bathrooms. Yeah, nothing legal about that. So in my mind, I'm thinking, if that was our contract, could they get us to close? Probably not. How do you help your client make a good decision about that?
That's when I would say to them, so if you would like to look at this as a backup offer, then one of the things we're going to have to do is we're going to have to clarify some information via a counter offer. And we can, at that point in time, add the backup agreement addendum so that they understand, even though we told them we're already under contract and this will be a backup, we need to clarify. And I would go through and I would clarify for clarification, line number 10, tax ID, lot number, subdivision. Okay, and I would go through the whole offer and I would clarify the line numbers. And then I would add on the counter offer, please see backup agreement contingency addendum, RF 622. And as the seller, I would go in and I would fill this out and sign it and send it to them. Because they obviously didn't send it over when they made the offer, is what I'm hearing. They just sent a regular.
They didn't. And it's not
They don't even know the form exists, Laura. They probably don't even know it exists.
Well, I did mention that. And I'm sure everybody has had this where there are times that you're getting all these offers, and one of them is $10,000 more than what we're asking, but everything on that form shows you that we don't know. I mean, all the paperwork's not here. Can they get us to close? But how can you legally relay that to your client?
No, now that's the kind of thing you need to point out to them. Now, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, this one is $7,000 over list price. So there could be a couple of issues with this because there's other information in the offer that leads me to believe that there may be some lack of knowledge on certain things, which we may have to deal with as we go throughout the transaction and could cause us issues throughout the transaction.
Okay.
Very professional. I don't say, well, that ding dong don't even know how to fill out the form, and we probably don't want to work with them. That's what I want to say. And, you know, I might say that if it's a friend of mine or, you know, my cousin or something, I might say that to them because I can say that to them. However, I try to just be very professional about it. And I've had it come down to where the offers are very, very close. And the seller might say to me, well, Susan, these are all extremely close. Do you have any advice for me on any of these? Okay. And I have been known to say, well, I will tell you, Mr. Seller, the last 2 deals that I've completed with this real estate licensee have really been nightmares because there is a lack of knowledge there. Or, you know, whatever I think it might be. I've had sellers make decisions on multiple offers because of the real estate agent and their reputation. And sometimes they know it. Sometimes they'll say, oh, I've heard a lot about this agent. What do you think? And if I don't know them, I tell them, I don't know them. I've never had a transaction with them. I don't know. I have no idea. We just were in a multiple offer situation where the offer we thought the seller should take, they didn't take. They didn't take it. We actually enjoy working with the other agent, but I'll tell you what the seller looked at. The seller looked at the loan to value, how much loan they were getting. And they accepted the one where they were getting 80% loan. That on their own. He's an engineer, so he read that with a fine-tooth comb. But, you know, as long as you're being truthful, you know, and not, you know, putting, you know, not being disparaging against somebody else, it's okay. I mean, something that's $7,000 over list price, my first concern is it going to appraise?
And I mentioned that.
You know, and we may have that issue because just because they want to offer it doesn't mean they'll end up getting to pay it. You know, and a lot of sellers have always heard that your house is worth what a buyer's willing to pay for it, right? And that could be true, but that is not, I mean, you know, in the buyer's mind, that could be true, but it's not true in the lender's mind. Okay, and that's what we have to worry about. But yeah, I've corrected many. I just correct it and just say for clarification purposes. I may make that the heading for clarification purposes, line this, line that, line this, and put out what I'm correcting. Okay. And then if I'm actually counter offering something, then I'll just say, you know, line whatever purchase price to be, something like that.
So you don't, for this one, and again, when I said we needed to state in this, you know, in the addenda about a backup and all that. And she said, well, that's for your people your sellers to decide if they want it back up. And so I thought, okay. And I told them, if you want to accept this offer, then we'll counter. So all of that would go in a counter, all of that, or no. It would all counter be for clarificational purposes.
Right, in a counter, but then you would refer to see the attached backup agreement
that goes with it.
As an addition, okay? The backup agreement contingency addendum is added to this counter offer, something like that. See the attached RF 622. And see, that's where agents are wrong because see, if they want my seller to execute this, then we have control over these blanks. Okay, and we fill in these blanks. And, you know, that might be different what I want than what the buyer wants as a seller, okay? These two right here, how long does this thing stay in place?
But there's not another form, even if we agree to everything that we think that says, is still considered a counter, right? If we are correcting stuff on that purchase agreement.
Yeah, you're countering to correct.
Okay. Thank you. And I'm so sorry to take up your time.
That's what I would write for clarification. So it depends on what I'm having to fix on the offer. So if I'm having to fix multiple things, I might type in a heading. The following are for clarification purposes only. Line this, line this, line this. But if I'm only correcting a couple of things, I might just I might not make a heading. I might just type for clarification purposes, line number, blah, 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 is this. For clarification purposes, line number, blah, 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 is this, you know. Yeah. That's step where I would might put a heading. If I'm having to correct, you know, more than 3 things, I may put a heading on the counteroffer form that says the following are for clarification purposes only. Okay.
And of course, we hate to do that counter because then if another better comes in, then we're obligated.
Well, and see, that's what buyers agents need to understand. If they don't write a good, clean offer and there has to be and needs to be a counter offer, that seller is still open to taking any offer They don't have to just work that buyer's offer until they figure out what that buyer wants to do. And as a buyer's agent, it's your duty to explain that to the buyers. As long as we're still in this counter offering stage, anybody and any other offer can beat us out. Because all it takes is the seller accepting one. Because as long as we're still countering, the seller is open to accepting other offers. Yeah. That's why as a buyer's agent, you need to write a clean offer in today's world where everything is in multiple offer situations. I mean, I wrote one in the car yesterday coming home from our camping trip on the phone. The buyer called and said, we've got to make this as clean as possible because they've called for highest and best. I said, yes, we do. You're exactly right. He's our investor. So he's like, take out any contingencies. Here's the cash and this is what I'll pay. So that's why I wrote it up. I don't know if he won it yet or not. We'll find out sometime today, hopefully. All right. Good discussion. Appraisal issues. Anybody got questions about appraisal issues? Financing issues. Please do understand that if your buyer is going to pay cash for a house after their house closes, wherever else it might be, that you absolutely do not check the box at financing contingency waived. Okay? You don't check the box here because having to sell a house is still a contingency, right? If you check financing contingency waived right here, if you ever check the box at line 86, you cannot leave line 89 blank. Okay? So if you check the box at line 86, within 5 days after the binding agreement date, they've got to prove that they've got funds. How can they do that if they have a house to sell? Because there's nothing they can give me to prove that they have funds and that they can close. And a lot of people use this erroneously. This is not what you do when you have a buyer that needs to sell a house, but then they're going to pay cash after their house closes. Okay? So what you do is up here under the financing, get back up here. Well, you check other, okay? Other, and you put here to see the special stipulations. And then you've got to go to special stipulations because right underneath that, in the loan obligations paragraph, you will see this number 5 that says, unless it's otherwise stated in the agreement, this isn't contingent. It says this loan is not contingent on the lease or sale of any other property, but it should say this transaction, and they may change that this year. And the same shall not be used as the basis for loan denial, and some other verbiage might go in there. Because you then have to go to special steps and put that it is contingent, lines 78 and 79. It is contingent on the sale of another house. And then you need to put in there, see the RF 623, buyer's first right of refusal. Okay, because there is a form for that. You should not be writing it in special steps. Okay. All right, there's the form. So you need to be filling out this form. This is what protects you. If you just write it in special steps, you don't have protection. You need to utilize this form. Anybody ever had a buyer under contract to buy a house and they have to close on their house first, and you get a text or even an email that says, hey, we've got another offer. Have you ever wondered if there was really another offer or if they're just trying to get your buyer to perform? Or maybe there is another offer and they want to kick your buyer to the curb, right? Well, the thing is, you need to have something in writing to protect you and your buyer. And that 623 protects them. And then instead of getting that text or email that says, hey, we've got another offer, you can as a seller's agent, use this form where the seller says, I want to let you know that I have another acceptable offer, at which time you would make sure that it was tied up also by using the backup agreement contingency form, right? You don't get rid of buyer number one till you got buyer number two tied down.
That's right.
And the seller would actually sign this. So it's coming from the seller saying, I've got another offer. And then the buyer gets to decide whether they're going to close or not. Option one, option two, right? Whichever option they sign. And then the seller then signs acknowledging that they've been informed of what the buyer wants to do. You have a clear paper trail of what's going to happen, not just a contingency in a purchase and sale agreement and then two agents texting back and forth and emailing back and forth. Okay. You have to remember in the state of Tennessee that our state subscribes to what is called the statute of frauds. Do you know what the statute of frauds is? It means everything has to be in writing in real estate contracts in order to be enforced against the party that signed it. So you are going to pay an attorney a whole lot more money trying to enforce something that you have text or emailed each other than you would have to pay if you have a signed document between the buyer and the seller. You need to understand that. That's super important. That's why you use the forms that Tennessee Realtors have created for you. You need to learn how to use them all together because they all work together. They really do. And earnest money is listed there on page 10. We've talked about that. If you don't receive earnest money, the RF form number for that one is the 624. 624. Okay, clear paper trail of what has happened during this transaction. Earnest money, if you don't receive earnest money, the notification form, whoever the holder is supposed to let somebody know they've not received the earnest money. If you have closing issues, if somebody wants to close early or late, we have an amendment form for that. And you know, it plainly says that you are supposed to utilize that amendment form, RF 657, whether you're closing early or late. The parties have to agree, okay? Always, if they want to close early and you just execute this closing date, you don't check the box at B. It talks about possession, unless you're going to change the possession. But it says in the purchase and sale agreement, early or late, you have to execute this. Title issues, as far as title goes, when does a seller have to correct title issues?
Before closing.
Before closing. When do you usually find out about title issues?
The day.
Right before.
Yeah. So if you're a listing agent, it's not a bad idea to have a seller go ahead and do listing title search to make sure there's nothing on that title that's going to cause them problems later on. Okay, because if there's an IRS tax lien, it's going to take a minimum of 90 days to get that off. Minimum of 90 days. So inspection issues, we'll talk about home inspections in a little bit. Risk of loss, survey and flood issues. We'll come back and we'll hit those after lunch because it's right about lunchtime now. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to break and we're going to go to lunch and we're going to come back at 12:30. Okay, so I'm going to set about a 33-minute timer. You guys have a good lunch.
Thank you. Okay, sounds good. So I can email them right now and ask, okay? Okay, all right. I will, okay, bye. Ah, oh, 1 minute. 1 minute. Yay, okay.
All right, guys, you got about a minute left. Time to be making your way
Oh,
back.
thank you.
Can anybody see me? I can't see myself. So does that mean I'm not on here?
Well, we hear you.
Well, then I must be there somewhere.
Hold on a minute. Mary, is that you? All right, time is up.
Oh, what is going on?
I don't know, what?
Oh, you said, Mary, is that you?
Yeah, was that you?
No, that was not me, but I see your picture now.
Oh, yeah, I'm not. That would be because I'm eating a piece of chocolate and I hadn't put my video on yet.
Okay, so see,
Oh, there I am. Okay.
should I hit view stream on YouTube? Copy streaming link?
No.
Okay, I see you, but like she said, I don't see anybody but you right now.
Well, that's because of the view you have.
I don't know what it did. Gallery view. Let me go to, there we go. Got it. So I don't know what happened.
All right, so Miss Rebecca's going to be coming back in and checking to make sure everybody is here. And also make sure that unless you're talking, you're muted, because the background noise makes it hard for some folks to hear. So we just want to make sure everybody can hear what's going on. Woo, that was sweet. I haven't had sweet in a long time because I've been watching my sugar. Wow. Woo. I just had a little bitty Heath bar about that big. Merciful heavens. All right. Well, I hope you had a good lunch and everything is okay. We're going to come back now and we are going to talk about the forms itself, as far as we were talking about closing issues. We talked about title issues a little bit. And we are going to move now into inspection issues and talk about inspection issues. And we know that there's no way to really determine what inspection issues, if you will, are going to come up. They definitely come up, but it's real important that we understand our customers or clients' options when they have inspection issues. So that means you really need to read what is on the form itself and understand how that works. Now, I do have a slide somewhere, I'll find it here in a minute, that talks about what a home inspection is, what a home inspection isn't, okay? And I have a very hard time with the whole home inspection stuff. Again, because you don't go out and tell you don't do anything with an appraisal. You know, you don't do anything with the termite inspection. You don't do anything with the radar inspection, radon inspection. You don't do that. You're not involved with the lending process at all. You're not really involved with the title process. I mean, you kind of monitor it over here, but you're not involved in a title search or any of that stuff. But you are slap dab right in the middle of home inspections, and you put yourself there. So I don't know why. It's been 15 years since the state of Tennessee passed the laws making home inspectors need to be licensed, where they created their own statutes and rules. But there's this trust issue there, I think. Does anybody have a trust issue with home inspectors? Anybody?
I feel like as long as we, and of course there's exception to every rule, but I think as long as we are explaining with our buyers and our sellers that the inspectors are gonna just state what the condition of the property is. Doesn't mean it has to be fixed. They're just stating what it is, and they're gonna find stuff, that's their job. They're gonna show a crack, they're gonna, there's all these things. And I think when we don't prepare and talk to and communicate with our clients, I think that's when we have the most problems.
That is exactly true, Laura. That is exactly true. You need to prepare both buyers and sellers for what to expect during a home inspection. I mean, they're going to get this big old 80+ page document in most instances that tells every little tiny thing that's wrong with the house, because the home inspector, like you, the real estate licensee, is doing what they have to do to protect themselves if they ever go to court. Okay? And we need to let them do that. And we need to take it with a grain of salt. Okay? What the buyer has to do then is decide what in that home inspection report causes them worry. Okay? Now, here's an example. Got a repair replacement proposal. Okay? You want me to tell you what was on it? In the door frame, when the door is attached by that bracket and there's like 4 screw holes, and sometimes they only put 3 screws in there. When the house was built, they only put 3 screws in all the door frames. So the only thing on the repair replacement proposal was for the seller to go through and find the doors that only had 3 screws and put an additional screw in there. Now, Joe, you were talking earlier about common sense. Common sense now. Why would someone even take the time to execute a document asking a seller to do that? Instead of just pushing the transaction forward, taking the property as it is, and if the buyer wanted 4 screws in there, they could put 4 screws in there after they closed. Because truly, it would scare me more to put the screws in there. What if they split the wood? What if they damage something by doing that? The builders may have done that for a specific reason, and I don't know what the reason might be, but just take a look around your house. You may have some missing in yours. I don't know. The house was only 3 years old. It's not like it was 40 years old. You got to use your common sense. I got a text a few months ago. Somebody says, do we have extra form pages for the repair replacement proposal? No, we don't. If your buyer's needing to ask for additional items, just type it up on a regular, document and attach it, refer to it in the repair replacement proposal. And I said, wow, that's a lot. Okay. And she said, no, it was either 3 or 4 additional pages on top of the repair replacement proposal. Now talk about common sense. That's the tail wagging the dog. You're going to have a talk with a buyer that a seller is not going to fix cosmetics issues or bring a house up to current building code. That is actually right here in the purchase and sale agreement. And you have to have a conversation with them about this right here. All bold language. You should be reading this paragraph in its entirety to your buyers and your sellers. Nothing that's a cosmetic nature, that's decorative, color, or finish items that is disclosed, and no right to require repairs or alterations purely to meet current building codes unless a governmental authority requires you to do that. And that would be an FHA or VA appraiser. That would be coming in and requiring something. Okay? So, and the truth of the matter is, the home inspector is not even supposed to be looking for building code issues. Their statutes say that, but they do put all that stuff in their home inspection reports, don't they? All right. And another thing that they put in the home inspection reports is that it's a safety issue. There's nowhere in the purchase and sale agreement where the buyer and seller agree that the seller will sell to the buyer a safe house to live in. They're not agreeing to that at all. So a seller doesn't have to make it safe for the buyer. The buyer can make it as safe as they want it when they move in, because that is really subjective. Does the buyer have small children? Maybe the seller doesn't. So they don't want this or that or the other. They don't want some things. They don't want handrails going down the front porch. But there may need to be handrails if it's FHA or VA, right? So, I mean, this is a huge discussion. This whole paragraph needs to be gone over in detail with buyers and sellers, okay? And again, nowhere in here does it say the seller will agree to make any repairs. It says the buyer can ask, and then you can try to negotiate it. But if it doesn't negotiate it, the contract terminates. And everybody says, well, that puts the seller, you know, kind of at a disadvantage. Well, no, it doesn't. He can let it terminate and go with another offer right now. And the buyer needs to understand that too. You want this house? I mean, how many have you offered on already, Mr. and Miss Buyer, before you got this one? How many have you missed out on? So now you're going to wear the seller out to put a screw in the door frame? I mean, come on. You see what I'm saying? So it goes on, and we have talked about this many, many times before, and you had a question about it in the little quiz beforehand. Okay, it says here that the parties agree that in the event the buyer shall elect to contract with a third-party inspector to obtain home inspection as defined by Tennessee law, said inspection shall be conducted by a licensed home inspector. So they have to be licensed. The buyer, right there it is, and see that capital B right there where it says buyer? If you go back to page 1 where you put the buyer's name, it's got buyer in quotation marks, capital B. That's the person who can conduct their own inspections. No, not a family member, okay? You need to understand how the contract, how it works, okay? They can call in an individual to look at particular systems as long as they don't violate Tennessee Code Annotated 626301, which is the home inspector law, as long as they're not crossing that line into doing a home inspection, okay? And we already talked about cosmetics. It says here in B, section B, 7B, that buyer and or his inspectors or representatives shall have the right and responsibility to enter the property during normal business hours for the purpose of making inspections or tests of the property. They can perform a visual analysis of the condition of the property and reasonably accessible installed components. Now listen, this doesn't mean they get to call a septic company and go over there and dig up the septic tank. Do you see what that says? Okay. They can inspect the systems if they want to. All right. Here's where radon is mentioned, radon and mold and asbestos. But these are visual analysis of the property, reasonably accessible installed components. We had a buyer that took somebody over there, a septic company, and drove their equipment across the backyard to get to where they thought the septic tank was and collapsed all the field lines. Okay, this is why your buyer don't just get to go do what they want to. You need to help them understand what it consists of. And a septic inspection is not a reasonably accessible installed component if they're going to be digging up the yard, okay? A septic system is not part of a home inspection. All right, let me see if I've got that slide here. It may take me a second to find it. I should have been finding it at lunch, but I was putting out fires over here. So let's see here. I should have it. So we'll start right here. Can you guys see it? So a home inspection is a visual analysis. It doesn't talk about taking anything apart. It doesn't talk about digging anything up, okay? Reasonably accessible installed components and the operation of the building systems. The home inspector is not supposed to be doing any of that stuff. It is a visual analysis, all right? A home inspection does not mean compliance inspection for building codes or any other codes adopted by the state or political subdivision of the state. They're not even supposed to be looking for that stuff, number one. But they put it in their reports, and you guys, all other realtors that don't understand this, have a big old conniption fit about it because something wasn't building code, and it tears the buyer to pieces because they don't understand. And we let it just go on down the road. So there's the tail wagging the dog again. So you need to prepare them for this, okay? The TCA, that's Tennessee Code Annotated, requires the following to be in a home inspection report. That a statement that the report does not address subterranean systems or system components, operational or non-operational, including sewage disposal, water supply, or fuel storage delivery. This is in the law, the home inspector law. Okay? Then it also goes on to say that there needs to be another statement that it doesn't address environmental hazards, which includes all those things on there. But now home inspectors are upselling radon tests and things like that. So radon cannot come across as part of your home inspection report. It has to be a separate report by itself. It cannot be part of the home inspection report. Just like the wood destroying insect infestation report has to be a separate report because it is governed by other laws in the state. It's not part of the home inspection. Okay? So these are the things that we need to make sure that we're not letting the home inspectors scare our buyers to death. We need to know these three things here. What should be in the report, what shouldn't be in the report, what it is supposed to do, a visual analysis. That's all it is. I had the wife of a home inspector in one of my classes in Nashville, and she let everybody in the class know that the home inspector is a generalist. They're not an expert at anything. They are a generalist that knows how to test certain items and what to look for. Okay, so yes, they may call for other inspections. So as a real estate licensee, if your buyer is going to have a home inspection, having them wait until a couple of days before the deadline is up is not a good idea, because what if that home inspector calls for additional inspections? Do you have time to get those additional inspections done? I don't know the answer to that question. Only you can answer that question. But they need to understand how that works. The home inspector is not a be-all, end-all. They are there to do a visual analysis to see if things are operating properly. Okay? It is not a compliance inspection for building codes. And if your home inspectors are putting this stuff in their reports, you need to call them out on it and ask them about it. Say, it seems to me that your statute says you shouldn't be looking for building code violations, because they're not supposed to be. Joe, but you're muted, Joe. You'll have to unmute yourself.
You must have muted me.
Oh, I'll shut you up. Just kidding.
If you have the seller and you have no, as far as talking to the home inspector or talking to your client, we're going to get all these things mentioned in the home inspection. We're going to get some of them mentioned. So at that point, whether they're supposed to address them or not, the bell's been rung, the can's been opened. So a lot of this is, if you're on the selling side, is out of our hands. I understand you said if you've got the buyer to make sure, but I think all of us have had home inspectors mention several of these items.
Well, that's when it's, you should pick up the phone and call them after you know that it's been in a report and say, why did you put that in the report? Because Tennessee Code Annotated, and call off the statute, says that a home inspection doesn't mean a compliance for building codes or any codes. So why are you mentioning them in your report? And what happens is a lot of times ASHI, or no, what is the other one?
Nashi.
A lot of those, they will say, you need to do all this stuff to protect yourself, and they're not state specific. Okay, so they're following the rules of an association that they're a member of that is not state specific, because those are national groups. Well, they need to pay attention to what their state laws say. We had a home inspector in the Chattanooga market doing home inspections, and he got fined for not having a license because he actually lives right across the line in Georgia, in the Rossville, Ringo, Georgia area, which is less than 5 minutes from where I'm sitting right now in Chattanooga. And he was just coming to Tennessee to do home inspections, and somebody turned him in and he got fined $1,000 and went and got his license in Tennessee because they don't pay attention to the laws. They're just like realtors. I mean, nobody reads anything. They just want to do what they're doing. And until you guys are the keeper of the paperwork. So as long as you let that tail wag that dog, it's going to keep wagging it. Okay. You're going to have to go, hey, you're causing us a lot of grief here because you're putting things in your home inspection report that Tennessee Code Annotated, the law in Tennessee, says you're not supposed to address in your report, and you're causing us a lot of problems. Let me show you something. Hold on just a second. You ever seen this book?
No.
You ever heard of Lee Brown?
Yeah.
He's been to Tennessee several times. The 7 Deadly Sins of Sales. Basically, what several of these in here talk about is, as real estate agents, we don't open our mouth when we need to open our mouth. Look, somebody has it. It's saying you've got to stand up for what you know is right in your business, basically. And as long as you keep letting this junk go on, it's just gonna keep going on. And I know it's hard for one person to make a change, but there's more than 5 of you in this class right here today that are members of the same association. What would happen if you all started saying, hey, wait just a second, or maybe you do this. You call up the home inspector and say, I would love to put you on my vendor list, the one we talked about earlier about typing out. I need to just check a few things with you. Do you, in your home inspection report, do you have a statement that says that this is just a visual analysis? Do you have a statement that says you won't be addressing subterranean systems like sewage disposal, water supply, or fuel delivery? Do you have a statement that says in your report you won't be looking during your inspection for a compliance for building codes? And that will start the conversation with them. You don't have to call them up and go, hey, look, ding dong, your report's not supposed to be having this stuff in it. Go ahead and call them up now and have a conversation with them. Okay? Help the transaction, if you will. Okay? So, home inspections, home inspection issues. Let's see what else we can get into over here. Wood destroying insect infestation report. What do you put in this blank right here?
I put none.
None.
Or nothing. I put nothing in my last one.
excluding nothing. We want the garage and all the permanent structures checked for termites. That's what we put there. And, you know, we gotta address that at the same time we address the home inspection issues, right? We don't wait till a later time these days. You know, used to, we'd take the termite letter to closing with us, and that's, you know, we'd let each other know what was going on with it. But now you have to address them when you address the inspection issues. And then you get down here and you put some days in. And truthfully, it doesn't matter to me what days you put in there. If the seller is okay with it, it's okay with, you know, it's negotiable. I'll just tell you, my husband and I, we try to get everything done within 13 days so that before that buyer writes that check. And I get the same stuff all the time. Oh, we can't get an inspector. Yes, you can. Every inspector is not booked out. Maybe it's not the inspector you want to use, but you can get an inspector. Okay. And so within this many days, as are defined in section 14, you got to have all your inspections done and provide written notice to the seller of one of these things below. The buyer has 3 choices for a home inspection, right? Terminate, as is, ask for repairs. And once they start down one of those ski slopes, they can't back up and go down another one. I want you to pay close attention to what it says here. In the 3 choice area, it doesn't say and or, it says only or. Terminate, or as is, or ask for repairs. Okay, so if you ask for repairs, then the parties agree to negotiate repairs in good faith during the resolution period. You can't just decide down here because the seller said they're not going to do the things you want them to do that you're going to terminate. That's not what the contract says between the buyer and the seller. The contract says that you will negotiate repairs in good faith during the resolution period. Seller needs to understand that. Buyer needs to understand that. So you've got to make sure they understand. What do you do? How do you get them to negotiate in good faith? And what does good faith mean anyway? What does good faith mean? Somebody Google good faith in contracts and see what that means. And I know you're not supposed to be doing other computer work while we're in class, but I'm telling you to do other computer work while we're in. What is good faith in the contract? Good faith is actually the foundation of all contracts if you start studying it up pretty well. But what does it mean?
Honesty or sincerity of intention.
That's exactly right. You're going to be honest and sincere with your intentions through this process. So listen, I'm going to talk to you like my mama, who's 99 years old. Okay. No, she's 98. She'll be 99 in February. She tells me, no need to get your panties in the wad. Okay. Don't get upset, in other words, if you don't like what somebody is telling you in the repair proposal. All right. It is what it is. And Mr. Seller, if you want to see the report, we'll get you a copy of the report if the buyer okays it. But you need to understand there is nothing that entitles you to a copy of the home inspection report. There's nothing in this buyer's and seller's contract form that says a buyer has to give the seller a copy of the home inspection report. Nothing. There used to be, until the attorney said, oh my gosh, you guys are violating copyright law. You've got to take that out of there. And we took it out 5 or more years ago. But nothing in this says that the seller is entitled to a copy of the inspection report. So if Mr. Seller, if you want a copy of the inspection report, here's the process. I'm going to pick up the phone. I'm going to call the other agent, and I'm going to ask them first off if they know if the buyer has agreed to let the seller have a copy. Okay. Sometimes I don't even call the other agent. I pick up the phone and call the home inspector and say,
Mr. Home Inspector, has the buyer given permission for the seller to have a copy of the home inspection report? If he says yes, I say, here's my seller's email address. Please send it to him, but do not send me a copy. I do not want to see it. I'm gonna tell you right now, I removed the home inspector from my vendor list early on this year because he sent me a home inspection report. As soon as I called him, this is how he answered the phone call. Oh my God, Susan, I know why you're calling me. And I repeat his verbiage because that's exactly what he said to me. Okay. I said, really? He said, yes. As soon as I hit send, I realized your email address was in there. I know you do not want copies of home inspection reports. I said, well, I'm glad you acknowledged that because I want to explain to you that I will now be removing you from my vendor list for that error because you have now put me in jeopardy by sending me a copy of that home inspection report. So if you've attended my forms class, you've heard this before. But if you haven't, there's a couple of people on here that haven't. You need to go to the YouTube and you need to go to the Tennessee Real Estate Commission's YouTube channel. And you need to look at September 2017's video. And you need to move into about 2 hours and 51 minutes. And then you need to start watching and just watch it for like 30 minutes. And you're going to see where they find a broker $2,000 and a real estate agent $1,000 for having that home inspection report in their email. Now there's a bunch of caveats around that, but if you listen, you'll figure it out. Okay. Who am I here? I hear noise, but I don't see anybody unmuted but me, and I'm not making that noise. Oh, I don't know what that was. Okay, so, all right.
Can I ask a quick question, Susan?
No questions allowed at all. Of course you can.
Just under the third option. So let's say you get a list of repairs, from a buyer's agent, things that the buyer wants repaired. The seller then, puts their proposal back. Maybe they agree to fix some of them. And then you don't get a response anymore. So, the buyer's agent says, we want our earnest money back, we can't work it out. And you're saying, well, you guys didn't negotiate in good faith. Does that make sense?
Sounds to me like you're going to interpleader if you can't make it work. That's when the two brokers need to talk. Okay, guys, you need to understand you have a broker for a reason. If it gets hairy and you're at kind of an impasse with each other as agents, then the brokers must get involved. You have got to let them know what's going on. So when you don't hear from them again, I would not wait. I would immediately go to my broker and say, we sent over a second repair request and we have radio silence. Would you do me a favor and call the other broker and say, it seems that the buyer to this contract is not negotiating in good faith, which means they could possibly be found to be in default, in which case, if you look at section 12 of the purchase and sale agreement, then the buyer would forfeit their earnest money. And we really don't want to go there. So would you be able to talk to your agent and see if you could get them to negotiate? Okay. Now, if the buyer does not want to negotiate, I mean, I've had that happen before, and I've told them, if we do not negotiate in good faith during this resolution period, there's a very good chance that you will lose your earnest money. Whereas if we negotiate in good faith during the resolution period, but we cannot come to a resolution, then the contract terminates and you get your earnest money back. So if these are the 5 things that you feel you must have, then we will go back with the same 5 things on every repair proposal. Okay? Because you feel you must have these things.
And we may talk about those things, you know, I may try to fill them out as to why this, or this is so important to them. It depends on what it is. I talk to them about cosmetic issues and things like that beforehand. But sometimes they get scared too when they see that crazy big old home inspection report. But I tell them we have to negotiate in good faith, which means we have to respond. We don't stop responding. When we stop responding, then we aren't negotiating in good faith at that point.
Susan, like that one I was telling you about earlier this morning where the agent wrote in on, do these 5 things or we'll take a 10,000 reduction in cost. And then the next email I get from them says, we really don't want that repaired. I mean, is that
is not good faith.
Talking about?
No, 2 brokers need to get together on that immediately. That is not good faith at all. We don't want you to repair. We just want you to renegotiate your price. So we're going to hold this over your head so we can terminate the agreement entirely if you don't want to make this repair. Yeah, that's not how it's supposed to be at all.
And that's what we end up doing is getting the brokers together, and then the brokers had the same disagreement because the broker,
they don't have the class.
Exactly. The other broker was like, well, we called the construction company and this is what they estimated the cost would be. Like, you've not even been on site to come back out to give us an actual quote,
Right.
That's what I thought. That was my opinion, was that it wasn't good faith.
I mean, we all have those opinions, but a judge will be the one that would have to make that decision on whether or not good faith was, utilized or not. But if there's a disagreement about that, then the earnest money needs to be interpled.
Yeah.
You do that a couple of times and people will stop that foolishness. And we have an interpleader form in the Tennessee Realtors Bank of Forms. Pull that puppy out and fill it out and send it over to them and say, we're going to interpleader over your $500. And if we win, then you get to pay all the costs and fees, because that's what it says. Okay.
Fortunately, we got it worked out, but I just thought from the initial, sending that repair replace proposal with 5 items on it and saying in lieu of this. And then when we start working on getting a price for the 5 things to be repaired, it was like, oh, wait, why are you doing that? We don't want it repaired.
What kind of loan was it?
75% conventional loan.
Okay, because the whole in lieu of repairs on a document is a huge red flag and could cost you your license. You do not need to use that language on any form. Matter of fact, we took it off of the RF 707 because we had on there, some language that you could use in lieu of repairs, and people started using that phrase, in lieu of repairs, you're going to do this. And we had to take it off because people were getting in trouble. Yep. Steph, did you have a question?
I was just going to say one thing that I've done before is after having discussed with the client what's important to them, knowing that you're looking at older homes, for example, we've actually just gone back after lots of inspections. They've paid thousands of dollars for an engineer, a roof, separate. And seeing the list was just really long. We just, instead of doing the repair request proposal, just sent an amendment rather that said price will be X. And because we knew how much the repairs were, we did asked for less than what they were going to be. And then they took it. And this was an as is too. But when you get into these long lists, that sometimes sellers just get overwhelmed and they can't think, and it is overwhelming because you just get too many things. And so if you're representing the buyer and you want to do a price reduction instead of piddling with all the little repairs, then that works very well.
So here's something that I want to tell you. So if you are going to, so see, for me, I would have called the other agent and said, you know, I have this really long list of repairs and the buyer is willing to take care of those after closing if we can do some renegotiation on price.
Well, that's what I did. Sorry,
Right.
I left that out.
And so, you know, absolutely, because I'm not just going to assume that they're going to reduce the price just because I ask them to. All right. It may be that that point is when we ask them if they would like to see the home inspection report, and maybe we're still in the resolution period. If it just totally overwhelms the seller, because it can sometimes, you know, this deferred maintenance that a lot of sellers fall into sometimes can cause them lots of problems. It really can. And it depends on your market. Like where I'm at, we're having issues about, you know, FHA loans and such. We're having, because those things are, will it go FHA? Will it not go FHA? It depends, right, on the condition of the house and what's missing. So that's another thing. When you're on the listing side, you got to help a seller with that. You got to help a seller determine that. And sometimes you can work that through, because in my area, if a seller's going to offer FHA, then it has to be able to go FHA. You know what I'm saying? Right from the get-go, not with some repairs. So, but what we have seen be an issue is that this is the form where you find the request to change the price, where you might find the language in lieu of repairs. It is done here on this repair replacement amendment, and that is not the correct form. You do not do a repair and replacement amendment if you are going to change the price. You utilize the regular, oops. Well, I thought I opened it a minute ago. Not that one. Well, you used a regular amendment to the agreement. It is not the 657. It is the, right here, 653. I opened the wrong. It's the 653 amendment to the purchase and sale agreement. This is what you change the price on. You don't do it on a repair replacement proposal, because that then tells the lender that there was some kind of price change due to repairs and replacements. So they're going to call for additional inspections and such. So be careful to make sure you're using the right form. If you're going to do, and this takes some choreographing between the two agents. If the two agents are talking and the agents are talking to their customers or clients, and there's going to be a reduction in price and there's not going to be any repairs made, the first thing you do is get the reduction in price on this amendment to the agreement, okay? Then you go over and you fill out the notification form, the 656, that says that we are going to take the property as is. Okay? The buyer accepts the property as is, but you don't want to do that until you've negotiated the amendment with the different price.
Susan,
Uh-huh.
would that not raise a flag with the lender too, as far as why you would have adjusted the sales price with an amendment? Would they not assume it would be from repairs?
Not so much, no. That would be a huge assumption on their part.
I'm sorry.
That would be a huge assumption on their part, but if you put it on a repair replacement amendment, that is directing them to know that it was done because of the repairs. How many of you send over your repair replacement amendment to the lender? That's mortgage fraud, you know. When you don't send them any amendments that are utilized for the purchase and sale. So any amendment that you make should be going to the lender and to the title company to be part of the package. That is part of the package.
So the repair replacement amendment needs to go to them?
Yeah, your notifications need to go to them. It is a contract package. You need to make sure they're getting all that. Anything you do to amend the contract definitely needs to go.
Any amendment or addendum needs to go to the lender, right?
Well, an addendum, see, is done before you're under contract. An amendment is after you're under contract. Don't use an addendum for once you're under contract. You only use amendments. You can't add to a contract once you're under contract, but you can amend a contract.
But they are required to go to the lender also.
They should be, yes. Yep.
So if you have buyers who send repair proposal 1, say you have several repair proposals and the last one they agree to do and you have the amendment, do you still need to send the proposals? Because some buyers, no, just the amendment.
Right here on the form it says, look at the form. Read the form. That form is for information and negotiation purposes only, is not to be included as part of the purchase and sale agreement.
Okay, just the amendment though.
But the amendments, when you are amending a purchase and sale agreement, then everybody that has a part in that purchase and sale agreement needs to know you've amended it. The title company, the lenders.
Okay.
Mary, did I answer your question? Mary Lively, I'm sorry. Okay. All right, we're good. All right. Another inspection issue that we have seen become a problem. When you are doing the proposal, down at the bottom of the proposal, you are proposing a completed by number of days before closing. And then you are going to place that over on the amendment itself, that they will be completed so many days prior to closing. The number of days that you put here does not need to be the same number of days that you put in your final inspection. Okay? There needs to be 2 inspections. There needs to be an inspection to make sure that the repairs have been completed. And then there is a final inspection, which is also to make sure everything is done. You don't go for the final inspection and say, oh, wait a minute, you haven't completed the repairs on the home inspection. You got to have these as 2 separate days. They're 2 different drop dead dates, as you will notice in section 14, what we discussed earlier. Okay, so then that's when it becomes imperative that you are not backing you and your buyer, if you will, into a corner between the pre-printed deadlines and the deadlines that you input. Okay, so if you're taking 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 days to get a home inspection done, then you want the repairs done 10 days prior to closing. That's probably not going to happen. Okay, you have got to learn how to write up an offer that works for everybody. Are your lenders telling you that the appraisers are behind? Okay, so why are you still trying to close things in 30 days if your appraisers are 2 weeks behind? Because it looks better on paper if you're in a multiple offer situation. It doesn't help any if you get to the end and still have to extend. But see, we don't think about that. You need to think about it, because if your buyer can't close, they lose their earnest money. It don't matter if the lender and the appraiser are behind. If the seller will not sign an amendment to change the closing date, your buyer loses their earnest money. It is forfeited because the contract that they went under with the seller says they will close by this date. It says you could close earlier or later if you agree in writing, but if there's no amendment to change that agreement, then if they don't close by the closing date, they lose their earnest money. Even if the lender.
Doesn't it say earlier? It doesn't say or later.
Well, it does say that you can amend the closing date. It doesn't say on or before. It doesn't say that. It says that, let's look and see what it says.
Yeah, I think it does say before, or unless that's an old version.
It doesn't say on or before anymore. It's in section 4. Gotta get up to section 4. Feed. I'm trying to make my, that's section 5. Okay, let's go up here to section 4.
Yeah, it says look at line 188.
As on such earlier date as may be agreed to by the parties in writing. They can always agree in writing using an amendment to the agreement to close early or later, okay?
But I was just saying only earlier, it only states earlier.
No, right here it says at line 189, any extension of this date must be agreed to by the parties in writing.
Okay.
So earlier in writing or extension later. So early or later in writing. Okay, it doesn't mean that they can just not close on time. Okay. So you got to help buyers understand that. And so when you're writing up the offer, I mean, I know the lenders are out there and they're saying we can close in 38 days. I've even got one here in Chattanooga that says we'll close you in 28 days or the buyer gets, you know, this much money off their closing costs because we're not doing it. All right. I mean, but they can't control the appraisers, you know, they have no control over the appraisers. So you got to be careful with that. What do you think about that? All right, let's look at, so when we're talking about getting your closing inspection done, it's got to be different than the repair completion deadline. Because what happens if you go for final inspection and things aren't done? You could tell the seller at this point in time, if you don't get those repairs done, then it's your fault. Okay, so he wouldn't be able to retain earnest money and things like that if the seller's the one that has defaulted. So you got to be careful about that. I kind of skipped over, well, not really, but section number 9. Section number 9 is another one of those really ignored sections of the purchase and sale agreement, unfortunately. And the reason that these items are listed separately on the purchase and sale agreement is for the reason I showed you earlier, that the Tennessee Code annotated for home inspections say that these things cannot be included in a home inspection. However, a buyer may feel the need to have these things done. So if you use that RF 712 document and they say they want a survey, then you're going to have to insert a survey contingency, because it is not contingent on the survey just because they check a box and tell you they want a survey. You have to pull that information on over into the purchase and sale agreement. So if you go to the RF 707, which is that additional language, I believe it is J. Let me get down through here. There we go. Here is the additional language that you would need to place in your offer, the RF 707, additional buyer contingencies, okay? It goes with section 9 of the purchase and sale agreement. I'm gonna flip back over to the purchase and sale agreement. Additional due diligence options for the buyer, survey and flood cert, insurability, water supply, waste disposal, title exceptions, all of that's listed there, and you will find that same language here. So in that list of 5 things, there's actually 7 different items that your buyer could make their offer contingent on. And you need to talk to them about that. When you get to section 9, they need to understand what happens if insurance is higher than they want to pay, do they just get out of the contract and get their earnest money back? The answer is no, they don't, unless you make it contingent. Mike, we need to talk about that. We'll talk about that here in just a second.
Hey, Susan,
Uh-huh.
one of the items under 9 would be the survey and flood certification. If it were deemed that it was in a flood zone, and obviously the lender would require flood insurance, could you fall back under the finance contingency?
That's something a court would have to decide, Joe, and I don't even want to end up there. So why not just make it contingent on that from the get-go?
I was just wondering.
The buyer, you know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
a lot of times the flood maps will change from owner to owner, that happens sometimes. So why, go ahead and cover the flood zone certification anyway, even if they don't want a survey, cover that flood zone certification, which you can see here. Here's the language. So on the purchase and sale in special situations, you would put something like paragraph 9. Buyer's cost shall have the right to review and accept the following: a determination that the property is located in an unacceptable flood hazard area or mortgage lender does not require flood insurance. And then you would put the rest of this language here, 89 through it's about 90 something, 94, that gives them the right to terminate and get their earnest money back. Because see, that's not under a home insurance.
I
Hey,
just had
Susan.
that happen.
Becky, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I just had that happen and my buyers lost their earnest money due to the fact that they did not, the flood insurance was going to be more than what they deemed their expense. So they lost their earnest money. We and then walked away, but they had to give their earnest money back. It's not part of it.
Yeah, it is not. You've got
That doesn't sound like it.
Did they disclose that it was in a flood zone? I ran across one where they didn't.
That doesn't mean a thing because
No,
those
it doesn't.
maps change way too often.
Yes, that was the lender's stance on it, is because even though it was set far enough back, because of the floodplains bringing in more tides and things, they're changing those daily just about. So it's our responsibility, from what I understand, just to make sure it's not in the flood zone at the time and during the process if it's close to water or even not. But yeah, I lost buyers completely over that.
Yeah, absolutely. And so see, the current seller may not have to carry flood insurance, but when it changes hands and they get that new flood certification, so disclosure doesn't mean anything because the seller may not, they don't know if the buyer's lender is going to require flood insurance or not. That's not even feasible. So you have got to understand that a disclosure is just a disclosure too. Okay. If anybody wants to take anybody to task over the property condition disclosure, it has to go to court. There's nothing you can do about it. You can call me up after closing and say, hey, your seller didn't disclose this. Well, what do you want me to do about it? There ain't nothing I can do about it. The buyer's going to have to take the seller to court. That's the only recourse. Okay.
So it
Becky,
sounds like we ought to be using that more often than not then, because it really wouldn't fall under because the lender's not saying they're not going to lend them the money. The buyer's saying, I'm not going to pay for the flood insurance.
Absolutely. It could be that the flood insurance was so high that it threw their debt to income ratio out of balance. Yes. But again, that's not the seller's issue, especially if you don't make it contingent on that. Okay.
The seller just not refer to the tax card or the FEMA maps?
No, they change regularly. That flood cert, the lender is the one who goes on and decides by that flood cert if there's going to be flood insurance required or not. That could be, I'm going to tell you right now that I have a friend who has a drainage ditch that runs behind her house. She never had to have flood insurance. And when we sold it, the lender required flood insurance. So I'm just going to tell you that some of these things you should be in your special steps all the time. That one is number one. Okay. What about restrictions and covenants? You know, a buyer cannot terminate a purchase and sale agreement during the home inspection process because they get a hold of the covenants and restrictions and decide they don't like what they say, because that is not part of the home inspection process. So you as a real estate licensee need to help them understand that back over here on the purchase and sale agreement. Now, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, if any of these things are of concern to you, we need to address them and put a contingency in there because they're not covered under the home inspection. Water supply, you guys are probably like me. You sell properties with wells. Anybody sell properties with wells other than me? Okay, we have to use this. We have to use the water supply all the time over here. Okay, so, and here, this is just for just regular property insurance. What happens if the property insurance ends up being more than they want to afford also? This is just for hazard insurance.
So Susan, we should write that in there, right? I had one house where the property insurance, they had insured that house so many times. The house itself had the issues. Should we write that into every offer until we know?
You should write in what the buyer wants you to write in. You don't need to add contingencies that would go against the buyer, especially in a multiple offer situation, unless the buyer is directing you to write them in. That's where you need to talk to your buyer when you're writing up the offer and you get to section 9. You've got to have a conversation with them.
Hey, Susan. Just a couple things. I'm a licensed PNC, property and casualty agent as well. And I can tell you the things that we're running across here in 2011. I may have made this statement before. We had a big hailstorm come through and a lot of folks got checks, didn't fix their roofs. Now they're wanting to sell their property. And I think the contract says we have 14 days. The buyer has 14 days. If asked, do they have it insured? The insurance companies now are coming out, instead of just insuring the property without looking at it, they're coming out and inspecting it themselves and giving a replacement cost of only 20% or 30% of the roof. The lender gets a hold of that, the underwriter gets a hold of that and says, hold on a minute, we're not going to lend on this house with a claim that is coming in the next 2 or 3 years. So that's a red flag. The other red flag that we have, or not red flag, what I request, a lot of times I don't deal with buyers anymore, but when I did, a clue report, I think is what it's called, from the property and casualty companies. And that can, if you got a disclosure, you can request a clue report, but you have to put that in the contract from the existing insurance company to show any claims on that house in the last 5 to 10 years. So that kind of protects.
Yeah. A clue report is really important to the buyer. So let's see here. Questions. Let's see here. A lot of background noise. I keep cutting out. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on with that. I'm so sorry.
It's good now.
Okay. How do you find out about the flood zone then? Steph has asked. As far as the buyer goes, the buyer needs to find out from their lender. They can run that flood certification and it don't cost but like $25 or less. I mean, they do it as part of the process. But as far as the flood zone goes, they need to get that from the lender. You as the real estate licensee should not be advising about flood zones or flood insurance. You need to be very careful with that.
Right. And I never do, but I have a lot of cash buyers in Nashville area. And so it's not on the lender because there's not one.
Yeah. They need to, maybe you contact a couple of lenders and ask them if they would run flood certs for your buyers just to get an official flood certification. And what would it cost a cash buyer to get a flood certification? Because you guys had all that flooding here a few years back and it changed everything for you. It's been 10 years. Gosh, it seems it's a whole lot sooner than that. But, you know, absolutely. Now you can actually go look, the buyer should be the one and look at the FEMA maps. But the issue then becomes, what is the lender going to require? Okay, if there's a loan. Now, if there's not a loan, they can go look at the FEMA maps themselves. That might not make them feel comfortable. I don't know. So there's another question that says, if appraisal is late and delaying the closing, can the financing contingency be used by the buyer as protection? The answer to that is no. The buyer is saying that all their financing and stuff will be in order and completed and be able to be closed by this date. That's what they're saying. And that's why it's important that when you're the lenders also, God love them. I mean, you know, we can't do our business without them, but they don't read our contracts. Okay. They look at the closing date and you can, you know, they'll go by that somewhat, if you will. But they don't know if an appraiser is going to get behind. So this is an exact example for you. We had a deal going on when the tornadoes hit Nashville earlier this year and Cookeville area. And unbeknownst to any of us, the lender went through their process in that round robin management company and requested an appraiser. And an appraiser accepted the assignment. Then that tornado hit and his grandchildren were killed in that tornado. And nobody picked up the phone, and he wasn't thinking about calling and letting anybody know what was going on. I mean, he was thinking about his family, which he should have been. Okay. But we were waiting and waiting, and we had not heard from anybody about doing an appraisal. And we had the seller. So we contacted the lender themselves. We didn't contact the other agent because the other agent's like, I don't know what's going on, because the first time we asked them. So we called the lender and said, there has been no appointment set for the appraisal. And it's been almost 2 weeks since you told us you ordered it. Something is wrong. And the lender started looking into it, because I told the lender, I said, we're not going to meet the closing date, and we have a backup offer on this house, and I hate for this to happen for this buyer. I don't normally say something, but because of the tornadoes everywhere, I mean, we got here in Chattanooga too, I was really concerned about everything. And so she started looking into it, and that's how we found out about it, that his family was impacted so horribly by the tornadoes, you know. And we were able, of course, there's a lot of sentiment there. And so we were able to extend the closing date and stuff. The seller didn't have a problem with it. But that's very extenuating circumstances. Just because the appraiser's behind, sometimes sellers will, sometimes they won't extend the closing date. And if you extend it once, you know, please don't ask us to extend it 2 and 3 times. That's ridiculous. Something's going on. Okay, something's going on. You need to tell us about it. And CoreLogic, Becky says CoreLogic runs the floodplain for the lender. So Becky, do you know if there is a public portal of any kind that just a consumer can access through CoreLogic for a flood cert?
Well, what I've done though, what I would do is get a FEMA flood certified surveyor out there if I had a question, and let them take care of it. Only reason that the CoreLogic does it is because of the changing. So I'm not sure. I'm sure that there probably is, but I have a very good FEMA certified floodplain surveyor that I work with if I have a question. That way I'm out of it.
Right. Good answer. Good answer, Becky.
Yeah, but a buyer, I got that information myself for $12 through a bank. When I was applying for a mortgage for a property that I knew was in a flood zone. And so it was $12 to get CoreLogic report, but it had to go through the lender. I couldn't do it myself.
Were you paying cash for your condo?
Oh, it wasn't, no, it was
That's
going
what
through.
I'm saying. The banks will run them, and that's a cost there. But if you're paying cash, there needs to be a way to make this happen. And I think the lender might let that happen. I mean, the lender might do it for you. I don't know. It's like a desktop thing that they can get.
They
And I
might.
know the insurance company, Mike, do you know if the
No.
insurance companies will run a flood?
They will not. They will not do anything with FEMA is what they told me.
Yeah, that's a scary thing, y'all. I mean, but it's extremely important for buyers to understand that this is, I mean, they will lose their earnest money if you don't make these contingencies part of the contract. And Becky just had that happen, so. Yeah, just be careful, okay? Be careful. You've got title exceptions, okay? Again, there's where the subdivision condominium declarations. What about easements? What about easements? Or maybe even the lack thereof of an easement. What if there's a shared driveway and there is no easement on file? Of who's going to take care of it, or, you know, I mean, there's all kinds of stuff there. I am a firm believer that a seller should have a title search done when they go to sell a property. I've had so many issues come up. I ask my sellers to do that. Now, they don't have to, but I do ask them when I list their property. And, you know, I tell them that if they have this title search done on the front end, if by chance we use that same title company when we close, the title company will probably cut them a deal and not charge them so much on the other end if they're doing it on the front end. So you might talk to your title companies and see what they think about listing title searches. You know, anything can happen between listing and closing. That's not what I'm saying. It's just that at the time of listing, then you find out about stuff. Anybody pull deeds when you list property these days? Or even tell buyers to go down and pull deeds, or online and pull deeds, however you can show them to pull deeds so they can look at easements and different things. So this,
Also, I'm sorry, but with divorces and probate and wills, I've had people who have no clue who is the real owner of the house.
Absolutely.
So,
absolutely.
and they think they're the owner. And I'll pull up tax records and say, wait, let's get with the title company.
Mm-hmm.
So
extremely important that you as a real estate licensee understand all of this is in the document. Okay, because the truth of the matter is Section 9 has hurt real estate agents in the past pretty well, because they didn't pay attention to it. They didn't make the buyers aware of it. The buyers thought that it was part of the home inspection, and it's not. And there's just a lot of stuff that you have to be aware of. Have you guys ever utilized the timeline checklist? Okay, the timeline checklist. This is what I'm talking about, that once you go under contract and you have your acknowledgement of receipt filled out as the binding agreement date, then somebody should fill this out and make sure everybody's on the same page. Share it amongst each other. You know, buyer's agent, send it to listing agent, send it to the home inspector, send it to the buyer, you know, the whole 9 yards. We should all be working together and utilizing this stuff. But I know it's another piece of paper. I get it. I do. I really do. We didn't talk about risk of loss. You guys understand what risk of loss is, right? You guys should be going. Oh, let's see here. It might be right underneath here. Let me see. Yeah, here it comes up, I think. There it is. It's section 14H. The risk of hazard or casualty loss or damage to property shall be borne by the seller until transfer of title. If casualty loss prior to closing exceeds 10% of the purchase price, seller or buyer may elect to terminate this agreement with a refund of earnest or trust money to the buyer. So whenever there's some kind of national disaster, not national, but you know what I'm talking about, like the tornadoes or a flood or maybe a fire, right? And if it exceeds 10% of the purchase price, either party can terminate. Either party can terminate. Okay. So there you go. I've had kitchen fires before. It's not really exceeded 10% of the purchase price, but the buyer has been really tore up about it. And what has happened, the actual one time that it has happened to me, the insurance company let the buyer pick out some new paint and different stuff like that to go in there because they knew it was under contract to sell, and the claim was filed and the repairs were made, and it wasn't a big deal. But some buyers will totally freak out about that, but you've got to talk to them about that. Because when the tornadoes came through, we had houses right here within a block of where my office is, they were gone. And they were either listed for sale or under contract, and they were just gone. Of course, that is definitely going to exceed 10% of the purchase price, but that's why that's in here, is to take care of situations like that. All right, so we've spent quite a bit of time right there on page 10 as far as what can folks do if certain things happen. Is it bothering anybody that I'm not going over the handout word for word? I mean, I'm kind of staying right there, but is it freaking anybody out? Some people really want to fill out all the blanks in their handout. If that's something you want to do, we will definitely go over it. So that is section 1. And then section 2 is about inspections and repairs. And have mercy, I do think that we have went over that, but we will turn to page 15 and we will look at these different scenarios. But before we do that, we missed our break. So we're going to take a 10-minute break right now, and we'll come back and talk about the different scenarios that start on page 15. Just a little more than a minute left, you guys. Oh, God, it scared me to death. Okay, time to be back. That scared me to death. All right. All right, so let's talk about a couple of these scenarios real quick. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Here's one. So first of all, we have this one. It says, is everybody back? Yeah, everybody's back. So you're the listing agent for the Chamberlains. The next door neighbor of your listing at 123 Riverside Drive calls you and says there are about 15 people with their cars at the Chamberlains, and I know they're out of town this week. Do you know what's going on? The buyer's agent called a few days ago and made an appointment for the home inspection to take place this morning, but there should not be that many people involved. You have a few minutes on your way to go show a house, so you stop by 123 Riverside Drive. The buyer's agent, the buyer's parents, and an uncle who is a builder, along with his two sons, are in the house performing the home inspection. How would you address this situation? Who wants to go first? Come on, guys. How would you address that?
I would probably start by getting with the buyer's agent and discussing what should be taking place, and actually inform her that they're in violation, and just see how that would be handled first.
Mhm. I think that's the best route, is to just get with the other agent and maybe just point out to them the fact that, purchase and sale agreement itself talks about what we do, or what the buyer should be doing for the home inspection, right? And especially there's a section here that they might need to be reminded of, okay? And it is bold and italicized right here. In the event buyer fails to timely make such inspections and respond within said time frame as described herein. So if they fail to make the inspections and perform the inspections in the time frame as it's described herein, they may be forfeiting their rights for inspection under Section 7. Because under Section 7, it says that it will be a licensed home inspector or the buyer. It doesn't say anything about all these additional family members.
But the buyer was present at the property.
Okay.
It didn't say the other people couldn't be there.
So then so you want me to believe that the uncle who is what is he, a builder, and his two sons, they're in there. You've already told me that they're performing the home inspection for you.
I didn't catch that part, that they were.
Yeah. They're in the house performing the home inspection. That's what it says in the scenario.
But the buyer was also in the house performing the home inspection. And the buyer can do that.
The buyer can, but the uncle and the sons, they need to go.
I mean, they can't be there as representatives of the family.
What are they representing them for? To give them advice on the home inspection? and-
Moral support. I don't know, but I mean, it doesn't
What
say
is it?
who. Yeah. If he's not the one doing it and that's what the buyer says, it just depends on what the buyer says, wouldn't you think? You know, if he says, yeah, my uncle's doing it, and you say, yeah, no, he can't do it.
True, you do need to say that the uncle can't do it. Absolutely.
But the uncle has a right to be there if the buyer wants him there for other than a home perfection inspection role.
Hmm.
Isn't it common courtesy if someone's going to be going into the home? First of all, it's still the seller's home, so you really need to have permission for somebody to be in there.
Where are all these people coming from? Why are they all here?
You
Oh, I
do.
agree, it's a very awkward situation. You need to talk to the buyer's agent, but
I think you need to get an explanation before you start making accusations. Just like I said with the buyer's agent, just ask them what they're all doing there. And then, like she said in this thing, it says they're all performing home inspections. And then if you find that out, then I think you have right to terminate that that contract, because anything can be brought up by a contractor.
Well, how'd they get in?
The buyer's agent.
So they let them in.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I mean, the buyer can have their representatives in there with them, but it also says if they're going to have a third party conducting the home inspection, that it will be a licensed home inspector. So if there's any third parties in there, then it should be a licensed home inspector that's in there with the buyer or the buyers. There could be 2 buyers or 3 buyers. But if you go in and it's explained to you that the uncle and his 2 sons are doing the home inspection, then there does need to be a conversation had. Because the contract between the buyer and the seller says if there's a third party contracted, then they will be a licensed home inspector. And the uncle and his sons are third parties to the
Right.
transaction, right?
yeah, but you've got to verify they're the ones doing the home inspection.
Of course, absolutely. You absolutely do. But it says that in the scenario that they are performing the home inspection. Now, you don't go in there like a bull in a china shop and screaming at everybody. That's not what you do. Okay. Matter of fact, if you show up, you're probably going to surprise them, aren't you? That you came there. That's the way we found out that somebody was digging up our seller's backyard. And the one that had collapsed all the field lines is the neighbor called and said, hey, I know the house is vacant. Do you know somebody's over there digging up the backyard? What's going on? Is something wrong? And no, we didn't know that. Okay, so there's a way to handle it. You ask the questions first, then you point out in the purchase and sale agreement what should or shouldn't be going on. Because if they're going to continue with this, then can the seller question as to who actually did the home inspection? Sure, they can. They could say they didn't do it as it was provided for herein, because you're sitting here telling me that my uncle is a builder and him and his 2 sons are looking the house over for me. The contract does not provide for that. It doesn't provide for that to happen. Now, can it happen? Absolutely, it can happen. In any market other than the way we are today, let's take your uncle and his 2 sons over there while we're looking at the house. They could be crawling under it and around it and on top of it and everything else before we actually make the offer. And if they see something that is a concern, let's just go ahead and put it in the offer. We don't have to wait for the home inspection. Let's just go ahead and put it in the offer that we want to have these things repaired. And it's right up front. Yeah, I mean, that's a way to ask for it. And that's another thing. If you're showing a property and that buyer sees something that concerns them, if they see a big hole in the wall or that a door is knocked down, go ahead and ask for that stuff in your initial offer. You don't have to wait for the home inspection to be done to ask for those things. And Mike also has pointed out something to me. Do they have insurance to cover themselves while they're inside the house? Because if you read the home inspection paragraph, they indemnify the seller. What does that mean? And we may need Mike to describe what that means for us, that the buyer and their representatives indemnify the seller from the acts of himself, his inspectors and or representatives in exercising his rights under this purchase and sale agreement. What does that mean?
If the light switch had just the wires sticking out and somebody got shocked or electrocuted, it doesn't, they shouldn't have been there, or they should have had insurance to protect them from checking that.
Well, that's part of it. Yep.
And the seller's not responsible.
So they can't file a claim against the seller's insurance company?
They can file it.
Oh,
But that
really?
indemnifies, isn't that the word?
What does that mean?
Go ahead.
I don't know. What does that mean? Mike, what does that mean? Do you know?
My hearing aid is turned on, gone out. I'm getting about every 3 words.
I'm sorry. Am I cutting out again?
No, you're fine. I'm trying to get a new battery sent to me real quick.
So what it means is that they're not going to go after the seller and or the seller's insurance for these things. If they damage the property, then they indemnify the seller, and or if they get hurt, they indemnify the seller. They're not going to go after the seller's insurance for these claims. That's why it's important that you use a licensed home inspector, even if the buyer goes in and they're up in the attic and they step their foot through the attic into the living room sheetrock, which I've had happen more than one time. They're responsible for the cost of that repair and putting it back like it was. That's what that means. So when you're talking to your buyers about this stuff, you really need to explain this to them. Becky?
Susan, I had last couple of weeks ago, I had my seller working at home on a Zoom call, like most people are nowadays. They're working at home in front of the computer. The inspection takes place. The inspector goes and gets my seller, calls her upstairs to this very same thing. She steps her foot in the ceiling to see what the buyer's inspector has said. And then they write that up proposal for the seller after the buyer's inspector calls her to come up there. That's a situation I've never had where the inspector has went and actually got my seller from her computer to come up there and see an issue.
So that's something 2 insurance companies are going to fight over who actually caused that damage. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. The inspector should have never went and got the seller to come see anything. We should have never.
Right.
But it needs to be something that maybe we're addressing these days also. If your buyer is going to have a home inspection, the seller is working from home. So they're going to have to do their inspection without disturbing the seller because they're working from home.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. All right. Well, that caused a lot of stuff. Let's look at another scenario real quick. I don't think there's anything happens real quick in here. We're just trying to waste some time. Okay. Scenario 3. Let me make sure it's the same one. Yeah. You're under contract with your buyer, Sam and Linda, on the home of their dreams at 7416 Crawford Drive. They have 5 days to get the home inspection completed. You have previously given them a RF 711 vendor list with 10 different home inspector names and just waiting to hear from them about the home inspection. Time is running out, so you place a call to them, but have to leave a message. On day 5, the last day for the initial home inspection to be completed, Linda calls and says they know they are down to the wire, but the home inspection was done today and they will email you the items that they want to ask the seller to repair or replace. You wait all day and evening, but do not receive anything from them until 9:54 a.m. on day 6. Does the purchase and sale agreement address what happens if the inspection time is missed, and what are the options of the buyer and what are the options of the seller? Is there anything that could have happened to alleviate this issue? What's happened?
5 days is not nearly enough, for one thing.
That's in the eyes of the beholder.
And how did they get in to do the home inspection?
Well, they had an appointment, I think it said. It was done today. See, in my area, the home inspectors are all members of the association and have a lockbox key. We don't even go out with them or do anything. They usually call, we put into the showing service whether or not we will allow home inspectors and appraisers just to call the showing service and make appointments or not. And I always do. I mean, just set up the appointment with the seller. There's no reason for me to be all over that, you know?
Of course.
Because if they have to wait to get in touch with me, you know, they might get behind and then try to say it's my fault that they're behind. So what does it mean if they miss their home inspection time?
They can't ask for any repairs now.
The buyers have to accept it as is.
That's exactly right. That is exactly right. That's what it says. That is it. Because it says make the inspections and respond. So you got to do everything within that time period. Okay. And just FYI, I've had lots of home inspections done in 5 days because we usually only put 6 or 7 days in there. As far as at on line 291, we never go over 7 days. Never do we go over 7 days. So it just happens. So, all right, let's see. Let's look at the next one, which I think is going to be scenario number 4. John and Jane Thomas have completed their initial inspection on the house. They are under contract on which is located at 1246 Cooper Lane. Jane emails you, their agent, a list of items they would like to ask the seller to repair. In the email, you notice they are asking for the seller to install 6 GFCI outlets. The house they are buying was built in 1979, and it was not the building code at the time to have GFCI outlets near places where water is used. You read the contract to the Thomases and explained each line to them, but because the home inspector noted the installation related to safety, they would like to ask for them to be installed. Along with the GFCI outlet installation, they would like the bathroom to be painted around the vanity where it looks like water has removed the paint, the gutters cleaned out, a vapor barrier installed in the crawl space, and the HVAC serviced, and there was a water leak under the downstairs bathroom sink. What forms do you use to make the repair request, and how would you write these items up for the seller to consider? So what form do you use?
Repair replacement proposal.
That's exactly right. And so you've got these issues. You've got the GFCI outlets. They're asking for the bathroom to be painted around the vanity, the gutters to be cleaned out, a vapor barrier installed in the crawl space, and the HVAC serviced, and there's a water leak in the downstairs bathroom. What do you put on your repair replacement proposal?
Is it an FHA or a conventional loan? If it's FHA, don't you have to have the GFCIs?
Depends on the lender.
Okay.
Well, you could
But it
ask
is a
for it
safety
all,
issue.
but it doesn't matter if it's a safety issue, really. But
Well, I remember her saying that, yeah.
you can ask for it, but that you need to make it very clear to your buyer that they don't have to do any of it.
And some is regarding code, the GFCI's codes, and that house was built in 79.
Right. So they can't ask it to be brought up to code, and they can't ask, or they can't require, not ask is not the right word. They can't require it to be called, brought up to code, and they can't require cosmetic issues. So do we have cosmetic issues?
Painting.
in
Yeah.
here? We have painting,
Gutters.
gutters being cleaned out.
Now, the gutters may not be a cosmetic issue. I mean, they may be dripping and leaking and, overflowing water.
So good, clean them out once you buy the house.
That's true.
If you've got a cellar that doesn't clean his gutters, I mean, it's a cosmetic issue. Could it cause something else? Yeah, it could. But right now, cleaning out the gutters, that's like, I need you to vacuum your floor. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Nastiness doesn't count.
Right. And they should have noticed that before anyway.
Yeah, that should have been something that was
Even from the
noticed. Maybe
ground.
you asked for that outside of the home inspection. That's kind of where I was going earlier. If you can see some things, go ahead and put it in special steps and get the seller to agree to that, because that is a cosmetic issue that you could ask for and before the home inspection. Okay. And painting around the bathroom vanity, that don't wait to the home inspection, because the home inspection paragraph says you can't ask for cosmetic stuff because of the home inspection, but you can put it in the offer. Okay. What about a vapor barrier installed in the crawl space?
I think you could ask for that. We would help mold and moisture issues.
Do I currently have mold and moisture?
Don't know.
If I don't, why do you want me to put down, if nobody has brought up a mold or moisture issue, why are you asking me to do something cosmetic to help you in the future ownership of my house that I'm selling to you? If you want a vapor barrier, then you should put that down after we close, because there's no problem right now. The home inspector is just saying that he recommends a vapor barrier. Have you guys not seen that in home inspection reports? That they recommend a vapor barrier? That's a cosmetic issue. If you can't tell me that something has mold growing on it, which number one, Mr. Home Inspector, you're not supposed to be telling me, the wood destroying insect infestation report would tell me, and or a mold inspection would tell me. But why would I go to the cost of putting down a vapor barrier just to help you in your future ownership?
So they can tell you if there's water in the crawl space, right?
Sure.
And if there is, and they say, put a vapor barrier there. I mean, we really don't know in that scenario.
Right, but I might get me a sump pump and get the water out there. Maybe we just had torrential downfalls and it came up underneath the house some way.
Right.
Maybe I need to divert my gutter. But I don't need to put down a cosmetic vapor barrier to make you feel warm and fuzzy, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer.
Well, if you don't know where the water's coming from, I mean, if you suppose it's a gutter or suppose a heavy rain, but just suppose it's sweeping up from the ground.
That is true. And if it's coming up from the ground, then there's going to be other evidence under the house, like stuff growing on the wood and such. That will be taken through your
I
other.
thought somebody just mentioned if there was mold or mildew.
Yeah, so there's a lot of ands, ifs, or buts about this, and that's why you need to be careful, because if the seller says, I'm not going to do that, then you've got an issue, because your buyer then gets their feelings hurt because they've asked for this stuff. But the truth is this a cosmetic something that they're asking for to be done, or is it a repair or replacement? And installing a vapor barrier is not a repair or replacement. You guys need to understand what is a repair or a replacement. And yeah, there's a lot of ands, ifs, or buts around this, okay? There could be a wood destroying insect infestation report that comes right along with the home inspection report at the same time that shows that we have fungus and stuff growing on the wood underneath. Now that's a whole different story. You see what I'm saying? I don't think you do, because you're looking at me like a deer in the headlight looks. Most of you are.
I do think it all depends on all the details that we don't know.
It could, it absolutely could. That's why when that buyer tells you they want these things, you need to ask questions. So you want a vapor barrier down. Why do you want the vapor barrier? Oh, well, the home inspector recommends a vapor barrier in the home inspection report. Okay, but you need to understand that's a cosmetic issue if there is no repair or something wrong as to why there needs to be a vapor barrier. If there's no standing water, if there's not this, then, these are the conversations that you need to have before you shoot that over to the seller and, everybody gets all upset with each other. Steph?
Last year I had a sale that the first inspector came and said that there was water in the crawl space. And my sellers were adamant that there wasn't water in their crawl space. They had just checked it out, blah, blah, blah. I said, okay, well, let's us get our own inspection of the crawl space. So we did, and they found that it was animal pee. And it was a little bitty puddle, and that's it. And so the sellers told the buyers to go pound sand, and they did.
Yeah. So this just happened on the house I closed Friday. So the buyers had their wood destroying insect infestation report that came back and said there was termites. Okay. So the seller said, I don't have termites. I have a termite contract, which they had disclosed on their property condition disclosure. So they hired a different pest control person, not even the one they have their termite contract with, and not the one the buyers. And the third company came out because they called and said, where did you see termite tunnels, right? And they said, in the garage on the wall. The guy sent a picture to the seller and said, here's where the termite tunnels are. The third inspector goes out there and looks at it. It is glue. It was like a liquid nails or something, glue on the wall. It was not a termite tunnel. There had been a workbench there. And so the seller met the third inspector over there. So we had a termite report with evidence and a termite report without evidence and a termite contract. The lender was confused as all get out, okay? Because they didn't know what to believe. So the seller actually went over and pried a piece of that glue off of the concrete block in the garage and brought it to the lender because it was a local bank and said, this is what they're saying is a termite tube. This is glue, just like the third party inspector said it was glue. So you got to be, sometimes the sellers know their property. They're not always just trying to get over on somebody. They're not trying to do that. One of the things that we need to be aware of during the home inspection process is that when we are doing the home inspection and we are filling out let me go over here and find it, the RF 654, okay, the repair, replace, no, I don't want to say that form. I want to go to the notification form. When we are filling out the notification form that the buyer is going to terminate, okay, you cannot just put due to items found in the home inspection or due to the home inspection contingency. Anything that relates to the home inspection, you need to take note of this all cap language, the list of specified objections. The buyer has to put down why they're terminating because of the leak under the sink. Okay? It can be that small of a detail. And that's what the sellers need to understand is the buyer can terminate even if it's something the sellers would be willing to fix. Okay? It's real, real important. And we've already had the courts decide on that language. That you don't put anything here like because of the home inspection contingency, due to the home inspection. Please see lists, please see home inspection, please see summary page of home inspection. That kind of stuff doesn't work. You have to put in why they're terminating. Okay, that's what the contract calls for. All right, do we have another scenario? Let's see here. Let's see what this one says. Oh, yes, number 6. All right, Agent Angie represents buyer Bob in purchasing 123 Main Street in Dyersburg, Tennessee. The contract sales price is $200,000 and the contract is contingent upon Bob's ability to obtain financing, subject to the purchaser's approval of the home inspection report. However, the box making the contract contingent upon appraisal is not checked. The buyer has asked the seller to pay $3,000 of his closing costs and/or prepaid items. Bob is pre-approved through Bank of Northwest Tennessee for more than the sales price, and his qualification is not an issue. After the home inspection is completed, Bob, through his agent Angie, negotiate repairs to the property with the seller Diane and her agent Linda. All parties agree on the repairs during the resolution period, and the seller agrees to make repairs in the approximate amount of $2,500. All is moving forward towards a closing until the Bank of Northwest Tennessee completes the appraisal. The appraised value of the home comes back at $198,000, and the appraisal is requiring replacement of the heating AC unit, even though the purchaser did not request any repairs during the repair negotiation period. When the buyer's realtor, Angie, conveys this information to the seller's realtor, Linda, the listing agent is livid. She demands the contact information for the appraiser so that she can talk some sense into him or her. In addition, Linda states that the seller would not be replacing the heating and air unit since it was never requested in the repair amendment, and also mentions that since the appraisal contingency box was not checked on the contract, the seller expected the buyer to close the deal as written, and that the buyer would have to make up the difference between the loan amount and the sales price. What are the obligations of each realtor in the transaction, and has anyone done anything wrong at this point? And how do these matters usually get resolved? And what are the other potential issues in this scenario? So what do you think?
Would the lack of check and appraisal fall under the financial contingency because the lender would not loan the full purchase agreement price?
It does not give the buyer an out because of loan issues.
Because they didn't check that it was contingent on the appraisal.
That's right.
But the lender won't give them the full purchase price.
Well, they better figure out a way to get the rest of the money.
The $2,000.
Earnest money.
The extra $2,000.
Yeah. They better come up with a way to get it, or they can lose their earnest money.
Yeah, I mean, the lender isn't going to give them the loan if their income ratio isn't good either, but that's
it's not contingent on an appraisal.
Yeah.
So the truth of the matter is, when you don't check a box there, the appraisal is a moot point, because it doesn't matter what the appraisal comes back and asks for, what it comes back as, or anything. That does not have any effect on the transaction between the buyer and the seller.
Susan, I've actually had that happen with the appraisal box checked.
Well,
and still my buyers had to come pay out of pocket because it was a multiple offer, and the sellers didn't have to sell it for less, but the bank wouldn't appraise it for that. So the sellers could have walked away or taken the backup offer at this point. Right?
So you did have the box checked. So in the case of the purchase and sale agreement, it would depend upon the timeline. Okay. So when you, let me back up here just a second. It's going to depend upon the timeline as far as the appraisal goes.
Okay.
So when you are talking appraisal, well, how many days do you have to come to some conclusion on what is going to happen during the appraisal process if the house does not appraise. I mean, we got to address each situation individually. So let's say you had this box checked, okay? So you've got this box checked and you get a phone call or an email from the lender that says, well, the house did not appraise. What is the first thing you should do?
You need to notify.
You got to make notification via the notification form. Okay. You've got to come back up here and make that notification. And again, time is of the essence. You can't wait 2 or 3 days to make the notification, because if I pick up the phone and call the lender and say, when did you inform the buyer's agent that the house didn't appraise? And they tell me 5 days ago, I'm going to call you out on it because you've been sitting on this and you didn't tell anybody. Okay. So right here, all right, here's number 4. The appraisal value did not equal or exceed the purchase price. The buyer will notify seller of decision to terminate agreement or waive contingency within 3 days per the terms stated in the purchase and sale agreement. Okay. Or they can do that, or the buyer could just decide right off the bat that they're not going to go with it. You know, that it didn't equal or exceed the purchase price. And so they're going to exercise their right to terminate and they get their earnest money back. So it depends on what the buyer wants to do, but some notification has to happen if the buyer wants you to contact the other agent in order to negotiate maybe a reduction in price or something like that. You've got to make the notification in writing.
Right.
You don't pick up the phone and call me or text me. You need to make the notification in writing so that that 3-day time period can start. Okay, I know agents don't like to do that, but that's what needs to happen. If at 2:30 on the 14th of September, I get a phone call from my buyer's lender that says the appraisal is back, or from the buyer, and they say the appraisal's back and it didn't appraise. My first question is going to be, okay, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, what do you want to do? You have 2 options. Okay, we can contact the seller to renegotiate the price, or you can terminate the agreement. Well, they have 3 options, or you can pay the difference. What do you want to do? Well, I want to contact the seller to see if they would like to renegotiate the price. Okay, I need to execute this document so that we can send it over and let them know the house did not appraise. And we want 3 days, okay? We want 3 days to try to figure out what's going on. Okay, so I'm going to actually execute this document and I'm going to send it to the seller's agent, and I'm going to pick up the phone and say, I just sent you a notification to let you know the house did not appraise. Now, I just want to find out how open you think your seller is to renegotiating the sales price. I'm not going to demand anything because I'm not in a position to start demanding anything. Now, the listing agent here got all upset because the house didn't appraise. Who does the appraiser work for? The lender. That's the lender, okay? So you, as the listing agent, you can, if you would like to, speak to the lender about the price variance, if you will, but you don't need to go in there demanding a bunch of stuff either, because you don't have any say-so in what's going on with this appraisal, unless you can prove that it was completely erroneous, which is going to be hard to do unless somebody will send you a copy of the appraisal, which in most instances they won't. Okay. I had I was copied on an email from an appraiser who told a listing agent off via email, and how that agent had wasted his time. She sent him over 40 comps, the listing agent did. He took time and he looked at every one of those comps. He said in the email that she did not need to have a real estate license if she was advising sellers using these types of comps for the house he had just done an appraisal on. He copied her, he copied our agent, he copied me, and he copied her broker. He was not a happy camper because he took his time and looked at those houses and none of them were comps for the house she had listed. Okay. There's a certification course out there. It's called Pricing Strategy Advisor. Has anyone taken that course? Pricing Strategy Advisor. It is to help you learn how to do your CMAs utilizing the same concepts that the appraisers use. Okay. And it's really important that you learn how to do that so that you're not having these issues come up. Now, Mike, way early on, we talked about appraiser issues or appraisal issues coming in short. I'm hearing that all across the state when I teach the Pricing Strategy Advisor class, or when I teach forms and when we're talking about this whole appraiser and appraisal process. And I'm going to tell you right now, the Pricing Strategy Advisor certification course, it's a reback course. Every agent should really take that course, because just because you go further out to find a comp does not mean it is a comp. Okay. You have to know what Fannie Mae is directing the appraisers to do and how they're directing them to do it. There are certain radiuses out from a subject property that comps can be used. And if you go beyond that radius, you have to make adjustments. Okay. Because location and view, there's a lot of things around that. I highly suggest you take that course if you can find it being offered anywhere around you. I think I'm teaching it in Nashville, October, maybe sometime at Greater Nashville Realtors. But the problem most of the time, let me put it that way, most of the time comes on the CMA side of stuff. The CMA was not appropriately completed. And that's why you will get issues on the back end. There, you can always change loan types and see if that will help you get through. I've had that happen before. I had an FHA appraisal come in about $35,000 below list price, and we switched to conventional and it came in fine. Don't ask me why. They couldn't explain it to me. Okay, so I do know that the loan products themselves have certain criteria that their appraisers have to deal with on top of all the Fannie Mae guidance. In my area, one of the biggest issues we're having is basement square footage. Okay, basement square footage. Because under Fannie Mae's guidance and definition of gross living area, it is not the way we as realtors calculate square footage. Okay, there is a completely different form that appraisers have to use for what is called below grade square footage. It is not even 50%, most of the time, it is not even 50% of what above grade square footage price per square foot is. Okay, most recently in my market, we've been seeing about 15% of above grade square footage price per square foot for below grade square footage. Steph?
Zero.
Zero, and sometimes it is that. Yeah.
VA.
Yes, VA is, yeah, VA. You have to be careful with VA because the loan product and the Fannie Mae guidance determines what an appraiser has to do when it comes to all kinds of issues. And you need to be aware of that. And you need to be aware of the appraiser also has to shoot that appraisal through what's called an APS, an automated pricing system, for either VA or FHA and Fannie, depending on how it goes through. And they are using, just for an example, I listed a house. This won't mean anything to you unless you know the area, and you might, but I doubt it. Highway 58, where the Hiwassee River is as it's coming into the Tennessee River, in what is called Meigs County in Tennessee. There's hardly any industry in Meigs County at all, and the properties that are up there on the river do not carry the same price as properties down even on Saudi Lake or Chickamauga Lake or any of these things. And I had an appraiser tell me that Fannie Mae was wondering why he wasn't using properties down around Saudi or on Chickamauga Lake. And it's because the locational difference is so, the price points are so different between the locational differences. So he had to explain why it was that way. So, you know, there's just a lot of stuff going on with appraisals right now. Anybody had any other crazy things other than 0 square footage like Steph has had? Anybody? I'm just going to tell you, take that course when you get the opportunity to take that course, because there is a process in there. And I'm not going to tell you what it is. You're going to have to take the course. There's a process in there that will help you greatly with your with your CMAs. Okay. It will help you greatly. Oh, shoot, I'm going to tell you what it is, but you need to take the course anyway. It's called a paired sales analysis. Have you ever heard that term? A paired sales analysis. Now, you may be able to Google that and figure out how to make that work for you. But for us, we're not appraisers. So making adjustments in dollar values and things like that is kind of hard for us to do, because we want a list that says if it's a 3-bedroom compared to a 4-bedroom, take off this amount of money. That, you know, we want that. We can't, that doesn't work anymore. Okay. But you can use a paired sales analysis. I'm going to tell you, this course has been out now for maybe 5 years. I think that's one of the best courses NAR has ever put out. It's been rewritten 3 times as it's been making the changes for the changes are going up against appraisers so we can understand. I really think it's one of the best courses NAR has ever put out. All right, so we skipped our break, so we're not going to take one. Just FYI, that's it. So we're going to go ahead and finish up. We've got about 40 minutes left. I'm going to talk to you about disclosures and disclaimers now, which is section 3. Okay. So we all know that sellers are required to fill out a property condition disclosure, right? And that the sellers are the ones that are supposed to be filling out the property condition disclosure, not the buyers. And not the buyers, not the agent. It's been a real long day. Okay. So here we go. Sellers have to fill it out unless they're exempt. The RF 201, and they have to include any adverse or facts or known defects, if you will. And this question is no longer on this statement is no longer on the purchase and sale agreement, but I left it, in the slide. Well, because I wanted to talk to you about this. So according to the purchase and sale agreement, when does the document need to be provided to the buyer? That is gone out of the purchase and sales agreement. It was in the purchase and sale agreement, but we took it out. It did say prior to the binding agreement date. But what I will tell you is that in this green book defines when the document needs to be provided to the buyer. Okay. So in this green book, it tells you that it needs to be provided to the buyer prior to the acceptance of a contract. Okay, prior to the acceptance of a contract. So let me ask you this question. What do you do if the property condition disclosure is not in the MLS when you're ready to write up an offer, especially in today's world, when it goes on the market and you need to write up an offer and you're in a multiple offer situation immediately? How does that buyer make an informed decision when they don't have the property condition disclosure? I guess the first thing I need to ask is that happening in your market? Are you going to write up an offer and you don't have the property condition disclosure? Is that
It was happening a lot here, but now our board has implemented that whenever a property's listed, it has to have all disclosures.
Bless their heart.
And do they have to be uploaded within a certain amount of time?
They have to be
3
uploaded
days,
when
I
it goes
think.
active.
When it goes active, it has to be uploaded?
I think you've got a little time after that,
Yeah,
maybe
but,
2 or 3 days.
oh, I haven't had any of those.
Well, they put them out on the market or whatever, where they're coming soon in Knoxville, so you never have the documents there. They, or I don't see them on the coming soon. And most time that's how I have to sell them, is coming soon.
So
If
Go
they're
ahead.
active, they're supposed to have the disclosures in the, with Great Smoky Mountains and Lakeway, because they're handing out fines at Great Smoky Mountains. If the
Knoxville,
disclosures aren't
I
there.
don't, Knoxville puts them as coming soon before they list them, and
But once it goes active, it's supposed to have the disclosures in there with all 3 of the associations up here.
yeah,
I wish ours had fines because I have written contracts, offers, with multiple offers and not had the disclosure for 2 or 3 days. But I've always written it in special stipulations, that to be presented and signed and agreed upon.
Well, which means you put it in writing the way that you can be fined or lose your license from the real estate commission. Because right here in 665203 means, right here it says that it's supposed to be provided and agreed upon by the purchaser prior to the acceptance of a real estate purchase contract. So if you put in special stipulations that it's contingent upon the buyer seeing that, or they got to have it within so many days after the fact, then you have possibly executed an unenforceable and maybe even avoidable purchase and sale agreement between a buyer and a seller, because you have put something in it that is against the law in the state of Tennessee.
Uh-oh.
But now, Susan, I have had that happen more than once where I know I've got people coming in from out of town. We're, Friday morning, I'm asking, can I get the disclosures? They're not online. Oh, I'm going to get them. I'm going to get them. Friday, we still ask them. We don't get them. We look at the property Friday or Saturday, and we know there's other people writing an offer, and we know if we don't put in our offer, we don't have a chance. And so, and still asking. So how would you handle that?
I sure wouldn't put it in my offer, and I would explain it to the buyer. You're buying this house without seeing a property condition disclosure. You don't have all the information, and there's no form for that at all. You're just going to have to protect yourself in some way. If you put it in there that it's contingent upon getting that again, you have something in there that breaks the law of Tennessee. And under contract law, you're not supposed to, your contracts have to be legal. And so you can't have something in them that is illegal or you have a problem. And so what's going to happen is the brokers of the MLS are going to have to stand up and say, hey, you better get this done because we don't want our agents breaking the law. Now, I'm a member of 3 MLSs. Only one of them require it within 24 hours. So as soon as you put the house active, your documents have to be there. So under the new clear cooperation rule, it's got to be, if you advertise it, it's got to be in there with 24 hours, then your documents have to be there within 24 hours, the same as the property. So if you put the property in, your documents need to be there.
In a perfect world. Mm-hmm.
Because what's happening is, and we found this to be happening, the agents weren't putting them there because they know about this and they only want to present their own offers. So they're in their own office, they're handing out the property condition disclosures or exemptions, but they're not giving them to other agents. We were able to prove that. So once it goes under contract, see, we have this little button on our MLS where we can hit, it's called a compliance button. And so we would hit that button and we would say, requested the property condition report so I could meet the statute 665203, never received from the agent. Please check the pending contract to see if it came from their company. And we kept doing that and we found they were putting them under contract in their own company.
Hey, Susan,
Now that may not be the case everywhere. Joe?
can you put under special steps in an offer that it would be contingent upon receiving, accepting, or satisfaction with the property disclosure. They send it to you, it says prior to the acceptance. If they send it to you before they accept your offer.
Well, you're going to have to put some language in there that would say that if they send it prior to, then the contingency is satisfied. You
Yes.
also need language in there that will cover the buyer getting their earnest money back if they don't, if that's a scenario. So then you're practicing law by coming up with a special stipulation that will cover you there. You'll notice that that's not in the RF 707, and we've discussed it many times at the Forms Committee. It shouldn't be there, period, because it will break the law. And that's one of the things the Real Estate Commission looks at when they audit your office. They look at when the contract was signed between the buyer and the seller. They don't look at your acknowledgement date, by the way, just so you know. When the contract was signed between the buyer and the seller, and they compare it to when the property condition disclosure or not the exemption, the property condition disclosure was signed by the buyer. They compare that, and people get fines over that.
So,
You're muted, Mary. You muted yourself.
okay. Okay, my question is, I see that all the time, and I've had agents say, I've already got 2 offers on the table. If you want to submit it now. I'll get you the disclosure as soon as my clients get it to me. I don't want my buyers to lose it. What do?
You let the buyer make the choice of what do they want to do, and you document it in some way that you've done that, preferably via email. You send them an email that says, "Dear Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, we do not have access to the property condition disclosure statement as of yet. However, there are offers being accepted on the property. It is your decision whether or not you make your offer with or without the disclosure statement. Please reply to this email and let me know what you would like to do." And then you've got it in writing from their email address of what they want you to do. But don't put it in special steps, because then you have an issue. You could have an unenforceable contract.
Okay.
Steph?
After I ask the first time and I wait a couple hours patiently and don't get anything, then that's what I call my broker, because that's her job to tell the other broker that their agents are not in compliance. And as a result, they're going to miss an offer, and my buyers are going to be not happy.
So how is that exercising reasonable skill and care for your sellers if you have a listing that you don't even make available the forms that buyers need to see to make an offer? That's an absolute problem. And that's a wonderful answer, Steph. You should always go to your broker when you're not getting, and you don't need to wait days on this stuff. You need to wait an hour. In today's world, I will take a picture with this and send it over to you in a heartbeat. It is ridiculous. If I have an agent say to me, "Well, I got to wait till I get back to the office," I really have to clip my tongue, because I might say, "You ought to get into the 21st century and learn how to use your cell phone. I bet you can take pictures of your grandkids." You know, and because we got to get with the program. This is a book right here. Screen to Screen Selling. This was written, good grief, 10 years ago by this guy named Doug DeVitri. And he was telling us this is coming. You've got to know how to do this. Okay, Screen to Screen Selling, Doug DeVitri. I love Doug. He's a very dear friend of mine. But I was just talking to another agent about this morning. You've got to know how to do this. Pandemic or no pandemic, you've got to know how to do it. In 2007, they said at the National Association of Realtors, one of the mid-year conferences, that if you did not learn technology, you were going to go the way of the dinosaur. And your lack of knowledge for technology should not affect your customers and clients. Well. Did you know that the exemption form is not even required by law in the state of Tennessee? The exemption form is not required by law. So quit having a complete conniption fit over it. It is a paper trail. Look at number 5 on page 19. It is a paper trail of compliance only. It does not say in the conveyance of property statutes anywhere that if you're exempt, you must fill out an exemption form. What it says is, if you're exempt, you don't have to fill out a property condition disclosure. Okay? So, you know, I got a lot of people who say, well, I won't get paid unless I get that exemption form. And I'll tell you right now, I get my exempt sellers to sign it. But some exempt sellers know that they don't have to and they won't do it, especially builders. Okay. Look at number 4. I skipped number 4. The property condition disclosure disclaimer statement. Do y'all know what form that is? Not the 304. Not the 304. I got to think about what that form number is. I think it's like a 20. Let's see if that's it. Yeah, that's the exemption notification. How about this one? There we go. It's a disclaimer statement. And on this form, it says on this form that the seller is selling the property as is. So real estate agents will see that and they'll have their seller fill out the disclaimer statement and then try to send that over or try to upload that into the MLS so that buyers can sign it. And that always tells me that they don't understand the law and they haven't read the form. If you go down on this form, even though the language is there saying that the seller is selling the property as is, I'm trying to get down there to it because, and by the way, nobody, even exempt sellers, are exempt from answering the 7 questions that you see here on the screen right now. Nobody is exempt from. Why is there only 6? Please tell me there's a number 7. Oh, there it is. Oh, that gave me a heart attack. Okay. So right here, here's a disclaimer statement that the buyer will be receiving the property as is. So real estate agents think, okay, my seller wants to sell as is, so I can use this form. Okay. The sellers are acknowledging it here. And then here's the biggie though. A disclaimer statement may only be permitted where the purchaser waives the required disclosure under Tennessee Code Annotated 665202. Buyers acknowledge that by signing below, they are waiving their statutory right to the seller's property condition disclosure. How many of you guys will advise your buyer to waive their statutory rights to a property condition disclosure? It's not going to happen. So I'll be honest, I've never used that form. I've never used that form. Even with my investors, we don't use that form. We just use the exemption form most of the time. Okay. So don't let anybody throw this form out on the MLS because their seller wants to sell as is. That's not what it's used for. Okay. It's only used when the buyer wants to waive their rights. Now, it is real important for you to know that, and I'm sure you do, that the sellers fill out the property condition disclosure form or the exemption form themselves and sign it, that you don't fill it out for them. But it doesn't mean you can't look at it. Please look over the form and make sure they've answered the questions on the form, okay? Make sure they've answered the questions on the form. Now you can go on page 21 of your handout and there is an issue and then the form you would use there, and you will utilize one of the disclosure forms if you want to, and you can go down through there. If anybody wants those answers, just let me know and I'll be glad to give you those. Last but not least, and does anybody have any more questions about the disclosure forms or the exemption forms before we go? I do want to show you one thing. Let's go back up here. I'm just going to use this form, even though I'm gonna be talking about another form. So if you look on both the disclosure, the exemption, and the disclaimer, you have the same 17 or so items listed on this form. Okay? It says here, sellers must disclose all known material defects. So we've had a court case, and I'm trying to remember the name of it. It's Murphy and something that came out late last year, I think, where the sellers had covered their log siding with vinyl siding. Laura, have you heard of this, or did I teach it somewhere before, or did you guys hear that?
You did mention it before, but it bears repeating, so please continue.
So the sellers had covered their log siding with vinyl siding. I have a hard time understanding how that is a material defect. You know, however, an appellate court has decided that that was a material defect. So I have asked the attorneys that I know to tell me a definition, or is there a Black's Law Dictionary definition of a material defect? And they refer me back to the definition of an adverse fact inside the rule book that I have in the statute that tells us what an adverse fact is, but that isn't clear enough for me for this court case, because I couldn't understand how covering your log siding was a material defect that a buyer needs to be made aware of, and where would you do that? I'm having a real hard time wrapping my head around it. Our attorney for our company and I have been discussing this at length, and she has asked me to put an initial blank right here and have the seller's initial that they know that they have to disclose all known material defects. But I don't know exactly how to define that to them other than read the adverse facts definition in there. You will see this same verbiage on the exemption form. Now, here's something that's going to throw you for a loop. If a seller is exempt from disclosure, but they know of a material defect, whatever that definition might be, they need to disclose it, even if they're exempt. And we don't have a form for that. Makes you go, So most of the investors that I work with, they just go ahead and fill out the property condition disclosure. There's one, he won't do it. He's just going to fill out the exemption, he said, because he's exempt. And he's right, he is. But they just fill out the property condition disclosure, which, by the way, did not help this seller or this agent in this court case that went through last year. I would love to be able to give you a black and white answer on this, but there isn't one that I can find. I can't even really put my hands on it. I can't even wrap my mind around it. The appellate court overthrew the lower court, because the lower court decided the agent, the seller, and all that. I mean, how is that a material defect? Well, the buyers just kept going. And the appellate court, I mean, I don't know, it may go to the Supreme Court in Tennessee. I don't know. It may end up going there. And then we'll all hear about it for sure. So I just wanted to make you aware of that, because I think it's kind of a very strange thing. What's on page 115 in the green book, Mike? Oh, the duties of.
Could I just throw something in?
That was, oh, I'm sorry, Steph.
We had a friend who had a log home, and so I had some information about log homes, and I think it's the nature of the resale value would be significantly impacted. I could see a court looking at that, because that would infect that. It also could have repercussions on how the home home's insulation functions because of the nature of logs. So just a couple things that maybe the court got expert witnesses to talk about the, log homes are kind of unique.
Unless you live in East Tennessee.
Hey, Susan,
You know, 'cause
Steph,
they're
that,
everywhere.
that particular lawsuit is mentioned on that page 115 of the Green, Tennessee. And it also talks about the punitive damages that was reversed against the agent.
Yeah.
As that scary, being in this business, punitive damages kind of scare me to death sometimes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I didn't realize they had put it in the law book when they reprinted this year. I need to read the notes to the decision. That's cool, Mike. Thanks for pointing that out. I hadn't read the notes to the decision. I didn't realize they had updated that. Cool. I read the complaint, if you will. I got my hands on the complaint. I was trying to get my hands on all of it to read, but it could be, Steph. I mean, because once the logs start breaking down, how does that affect the structure? Okay. But you do, in East Tennessee, there's a lot of log homes. I mean, we have a lot of log homes. Think about the whole Gatlinburg, Sevierville, Pigeon Forge area. I mean, even right down here in Bradley, Polk, Meigs, Hamilton, when you get up in the mountains, we got log homes. And so maybe the fact that they didn't disclose that there were logs behind the siding could affect the structure, because I guess once they start breaking down. Yeah. Anyway, oh my goodness, you just never know what's going to happen. You just never know what is going to happen. I am going to take you, any questions about the disclosures or anything? Anybody got anything else to share about that? Okay. So I'm going to take you into part 4 now, where we talk about special stipulations. Special stipulations. Here's what I want to tell you about part 4. Before you ever write anything in special stipulations, you should check to see if we have another form. Okay? Because we probably do. You also need to understand that whatever you write in special stipulations prevails. That's what it says in number 2. Okay? So you can, if you write contingent upon a home inspection, there's every possibility you just negated section 7 of the purchase and sale agreement. So you don't need to reiterate things inside the special stipulations section just to make everybody clear about what's going on. No reason to reiterate, okay? Be very careful with that. We did already talk about the fact that it is much smaller at this point. You don't have a whole lot of room. I mean, that's it right there. When you are working with special stipulations, I don't know truthfully why. That number 4 actually used to be in another section, not in the special stipulation sections, but it says not to include phrases such as TBD, actual cost, negotiable, things like that. You need to be specific as possible for sure. And use the RF 707, because there's lots of information in this form for you to come up with language, if you will. Here's that radon language right here. If the buyer is understanding that radon is everywhere in our side of the state, in East Tennessee specifically, even in Nashville, it's all over the place. And they're okay with the fact that the house may have radon, which they should be, because we all have it. It just depends on what the reading is. If they want to ask the seller to just go ahead and install the mitigation system, this is a special stipulation that you can utilize. Okay. And so this is really, I use this one quite often, as a matter of fact, so that it comes in that 4 picocuries per liter or lower. And again, special stipulation sections should never be used to write a new contract. I think we all know that. All right. Contract construction, part 5, unless anybody has any questions about special stipulations.
I have one quick question, Susan, about the radon. Isn't the radon would be one of those all inspections to be within this certain period of days?
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to specify anything at that point.
Only if they want to go ahead and put it in and let the seller know they're going to be, I mean, this gives the seller a heads up, you know, I understand about radon, and if it comes back that there is radon, I want to ask you to install this system. Okay. It's whatever the buyer wants to do. Okay, because I try to, do you guys have that booklet about radon in your transaction desk that you can give to folks about?
We have to give it to them before
Yeah.
they write the offer.
Yeah, yeah, you got to give them the radon booklet. So, and when you talk to them about radon, it's not if there's radon, it's how much radon is there. That's the question. Because there's going to be radon. It just depends on the reading, the safe air level reading of the radon. And go ahead and prepare them for that. I mean, it's going to show radon. Okay, so you could utilize this language in your offer and be upfront about it, or you could put it into the repair replacement proposal also at that time. So you wouldn't add this information in here, okay? But you could add some of this language. The radon test showed a higher reading than 4, blah, 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 blah. Seller shall have a mitigation system installed at a cost not to exceed, blah, blah. Okay, you could put that into your repair replacement proposal. You know, you wouldn't use the entire language there. Does that make sense? Okay. All right, so the construction of the contract. So let's go through some of these things here. I got like 20 minutes with you. So I want you to understand a couple of things for sure. We already talked about the whole loan obligations paragraph. We talked about the closing date. We talked about, I'm trying to think of some of the stuff we haven't talked about. We have not talked about the closing expenses. Well, kind of brought that up this morning. And we talked about the fact that I had that text early this morning, one of them about calling it closing costs and prepays. Do y'all know what I'm talking about? Closing costs and prepays. How many of you guys still use that language? Most people do. Because it freaks other people out that haven't taken a class in a while or haven't read the purchase and sale agreement in a while. And I'm talking about this language right here that we're coming to. And when it talks about knowing the contract construction, this is what you have to know. So if you have written down here under lines 148 and 149, that the seller shall pay the buyer's closing costs and prepaids not to exceed some dollar amount of money. What does that mean? What in this buyer expensive paragraph is a closing cost?
Well, it could be any of the things listed. If you're asking for them to pay up to, say, $4,000, you're asking them to give you $4,000 for closing. So it could be any of those things.
For closing or for closing costs? What is the language that you're using?
For closing costs.
Okay. Where does it say closing costs on lines 133 to 141?
Well, it says buyer shall pay all of those at that point. But in the bottom,
right here, I'm modifying it by asking, right here it says, not all of the above items, and I can modify it here. So if somebody was looking at my documents after the fact, after closing, and where would they find the words closing costs and prepaids?
I mean, I would put them right there on 148 and 149. No,
You're not going to find them anywhere. It's the buyer expenses and the title expenses.
They are not going to be able to find the closing costs and prepaids anywhere in this document because that's not what this document calls them.
Closing fees.
Buyer's closing fee.
Closing fees.
No, it's not plural. It is closing fee, singular. So that is one expense.
So what do we need to write?
So it's called buyer expenses. So the seller shall pay buyer expenses not to exceed X number of dollars or up to X number of dollars. A judge cannot find what closing costs are in this document because nothing is labeled a closing cost. Now, he's not able to determine what a prepaid is because they have prepaids start right here. Required premiums for private mortgage, hazard and flood insurance. That really doesn't say prepaid, but that is one. Where am I at? Required reserve deposits for insurance premium and taxes. That doesn't say prepaids either, but right here, prepaid interest. So that's the only prepaid that you see listed there. So he could say, well, prepaid interest, okay. I find that there, but I don't find closing cost and prepaids listed anywhere in this document.
And Susan, I get, it used to be that mortgage lenders would require us to have that verbiage in the contract, but I guess they don't require that anymore because the contract has been changed.
And here's the thing, I'm not going to do what a mortgage lender tells me to do because they don't read the whole contract anyway. And I'll be glad to share that with them. Okay, because I've had to do that. I might be able to say something like this, Becca, you know I love you to death because we work together all the time, but when is the last time you read the purchase and sale agreement? Nobody is calling anything closing costs and prepaid. You guys still are in the banking industry, but you need to read our contract, okay? Because when you work with a builder, you do what his contract says or you don't close, right? So you've got to learn to work with what the contract says. So right here you have a section. I think we are in section, what is it? Section 2D, closing expenses. Doesn't even call them closing costs there anymore. Closing expenses. There are seller expenses, there are buyer expenses, and there are title expenses. First thing, you cannot leave this blank blank. You have to address the three items that are listed here on line 140, 142. The title search, depending upon your area, the cost of a title search may be split between the buyer and the seller, or it may be a full-on buyer's expense or a full-on seller's expense. I don't know the answer to that. You need to ask your title companies. Who pays for the cost of the title search? Now, you don't want none of that. Oh, just put it in there and say, seller's going to pay for closing costs and prepaids. That's not what you're asking them. You need to get some clarification on what happens where you work at. The mortgagee's policy, this is a full-on buyer's expense in most areas because the buyer is the one that is getting the mortgage. An owner's policy is completely optional. The buyer does not have to have an owner's policy. It is completely optional. But who's going to pay these things? Shall be paid as follows. And here's what I see all the time. Buyer to pay theirs and seller to pay theirs. What the heck does that even mean? What does that mean? The number one, the seller doesn't have either one of these things at all. And he may not even have this. It depends on what's going on in your area. So who's going to pay what? And then if I'm going to modify the seller expenses and the buyer expenses and or the title expenses, I could modify it all right here on 148 and 149, not in special steps. Okay? Not in special steps. This is where I modify it at. I've heard the real estate commission say they don't even know how to understand the contract and the construction of the contract because they put it in special steps. It is not illegal to put it in special steps, but it is not where it goes. Okay, the forms committee has given you a blank to fill that in. Very important that you understand that. So I might put here on line 144, I might put something like C lines 148 and 149. And then down here on 148 and 149, I might write something like seller shall pay buyer expenses and title expenses not to exceed $6,500. Okay, so then I've addressed them all. But I've got to be clear about what I'm addressing and be careful that you're not using closing costs and prepaids because it's not there. If somebody starts looking for what are closing costs and prepaids, they're not going to find a paragraph entitled closing costs and prepaid. The next thing I want to talk to you about as far as contract construction is items that remain with the property, unless you have some more questions about closing costs and prepaids. Okay. Items that remain with the property at no additional cost to the buyer, please do not put as per MLS number 1234567. Okay. Or just as per MLS or as per MLS or property condition disclosure. Don't put that junk in there. You have to be very specific. The attorneys on the forms committee have for many years now put it in the video that they do at the beginning of or the end of every year, or the beginning of every year about the changes that how specific you need to be. Okay, you need to help your buyer understand perception versus reality. Okay, perception versus reality. So
I have a question about that.
Okay.
Specifically on item C, line 26. It's come up that there's been properties that are a bit derelict, and there's like all kinds of car parts or trailer parts, or it's basically garbage strewed about the whole 5 acres.
Yep.
So I've struggled with the right way to handle that. And I don't know that like itemizing each piece of junk is really practical, but what's some verbiage that you've seen there?
Seller shall remove all personal item and debris from the entire tract or parcel of property.
That's kind of how I've approached it, but
Yeah.
I thought maybe there's a even more specific way.
That's basically about it. Yeah, we have that issue too when you sell acreage. I mean, a lot of times farms and acreage will have a dump area. So you need to be aware that if there's a dump area on the property and who's going to clean that up.
So Susan, why did back in the day, they had broom clean and debris free was written in our contract.
It was written in your contract. It was never in any contract I used.
Okay.
So, yeah.
This was in a contract in Knoxville in the early 90s.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what I was saying earlier. There were associations that had their own contracts. And that stuff, yeah, absolutely. They used to be all different. Now, could you use that same language? Sure, you can. You could put that language in the special steps. You could put it in there, that the seller shall leave the property broom swept and free and clear of all debris, and all debris will be disposed of in an environmentally safe manner or something. I mean, I don't know, whatever the saying used to be. You could put that in your special steps. Absolutely. When you are talking about refrigerator, please don't just write refrigerator up here on line 22. You could end up with a college size refrigerator. You need to put the make, the model, and the color and the location of the refrigerator. Don't put serial number. If you put serial number and that refrigerator quits between contract and closing, you will get a non-working refrigerator if you put serial number. But if you just put a make and a model and a color, okay, you will get a make and model and a color of that type of refrigerator. So be as specific as you can, okay? And make sure that you know how that works. I want to ask you guys a question. We're on GRI 405. Do we need to talk about agency any further? I think we have blew agency out of the water. What do y'all think? Part 6 is a brief discussion about agency. So that's how brief it's going to be right there. I need to ask you if you have any questions about all the stuff we've talked about today. I'm going to ask you a huge favor. I'm going to ask you just to take this crazy 10-page document and sit down and read through it slowly. Just read through it slowly and make sure you can explain it to the people that you're trying to explain it to. It's really important that you know how to do that. That's where we find ourselves getting in trouble. Okay. Sit down and talk with your broker about it. I don't know. Do you have forms training in your office on a regular basis? Okay. Make sure you are having that forms training, and make sure it's forms training that it's following the hotline attorney and the informed tool. Everybody's got an opinion about the way things need to be done. I mean, I have all my opinions, and I share them with you all the time. But however your broker wants you to do it, you need to do what your broker says to do. Okay. As long as it's not breaking the law or anything like that. I don't think any of your brokers would do that, especially on purpose. It's really important that you have an understanding of the purchase and sale agreement. And if you have the opportunity, try to serve on the committee. I think you would really enjoy it. I think this year they're going to keep the same people that was on the committees in 2020 on 2021 because they didn't get to do anything, I hate that. But you learn a lot by working on the committees, even at your local association. Volunteer there. Any questions? Forms wise? Y'all all feel like David Ormby looks. He's ready to go home. If I could be doing that, I'd be doing it too. I want a nap. I'm tired. I had camping in a storm in Sevierville this weekend. Did y'all get storms up in the Morristown area at all, Knoxville? We got a wind burst. It tore the awning off our camper. So yeah, it was not a pretty sight. We got flooded and it was not fun. Both times I've been to Sevier County camping, I have been through a tornado the first time more than 10 years ago when we were in a tent, and I said, I'm never doing this again. So we have a pop-up camper now, and I'm like, I don't think we're supposed to go to Sevier County. We need to go somewhere else camping. This is not working out for us.
I am home, Susan, and I did get those same storms you got Friday night and Saturday night and Sunday night.
Saturday night, I'm telling you, it came across the field and up the river there where we were at. And I mean, if that had happened at night, I would have probably thought we had turned over or something, because tearing that awning off of that was intense. That was it just twisted it. It was just twisted like that. Yep. It was crazy. All right, guys, I think I'm finished. I'm like 3 minutes early. Anybody going to complain? No? Okay, good. Have a wonderful afternoon. I'll see you.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you all. Thank you, Susan.
Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am.
Bye.
Rebecca, what's the date on 406?
It is October 26th.
Perfect.
Got
Thank you.
ADR day 2 tomorrow, right?
Yes, ADR day 2 tomorrow. Bright and early, Carla.
Oh, yeah.
It starts at 8:30 too, don't it?
Yes.
Okay. Carla, I'm with you. Woo!
I won't want to sit down for 3 days.
I'm telling you, got to go do something.
Man.
Your rear end gets numb, don't it?
Yes, it does.
All right. See y'all later. Bye.
Thank you.